Becca, bitch. You're about to get vile. Yeah. I'm a prom queen, but I keep to myself, stacking high green. You're in debt to your health. AARP. Ain't shit old but my wealth. And my oppie's getting dumber every day. Ha! Up in the gym, but I never need a witness. Tonic and gin when I'm working on my fitness. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. On Becca, yeah, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. I be flexing like the dudes high on tread, all natural. Better give her tens. They say, Blondie, how you getting those abs? Hey, Bobby, let me call you a cab. Long legs. I'm a woman in STEM. My eggs, fertile, healthy, and femme. My trades, flowing free like the Thames. And my haters getting madder every day.
Apparently, Maeda would go all over the world, and he would challenge people in circuses. That's where you fought. Dude, he was having MMA fights all over the world. He was famous. This is what Jean-Jacques told me. I think Kano was his master. Apparently, something like they didn't want him to take these fights in these circuses and stuff anymore. So he took a fight in Mexico, and he wore a mask so he wouldn't get busted. And he was the one who started the mask wearing in pro wrestling. Maeda started it.
Was it what they call it?
That's what Jean-Jacques told me.
Libre.
We don't want to make false accusations here on the program, Brian. We do not want to accuse people of behavior, either unsavory behavior, possibly criminal behavior, certainly behavior that shouldn't be imitated. We don't want to do that if they're not guilty of it.
If you want outlaw but shows, you know just where to go, Tony Khan.
And a Game 6 is far more likely than a Game 7. And actually, there was only a 28.1%
Well,
chance.
it's kind of shot out, got diarrhea of the mouth, Tony Khan.
So, but the series was going on, 28.1% chance. So about
He just lies and he cries, might be high on cocaine.
People on Twitter are calling Tony Khan either Tony Yayo, the cocaine cowboy, or Herb Abrams Jr.
I don't think it was Coke, but let's go back to this.
If you love New Japan, there's no bigger fan than Tony Khan.
Whoa. That person's Adam Cole, baby.
MJF got smart, called him a
Fucking Mark!
Tony Khan.
I'm not going to cover that one right now. Thanks, Nick. Do you have another question you want to ask?
He ain't right, might be high on the cocaine.
Can you give me a beat? Sight, subliminal, lyrical, rap megastar, cynical. Here's Johnny Cornette Lamar, Jungle Jack, son of a TV star. Who the fuck do you think you are? I'm hearing those jungle drums. Used to hang around with chimpanzees. What is his gimmick? He's a homeless bum, poo flinging, swinging in the trees. He's going to sit in one of those little kids' seats. Jungle Jack wanted to use broken glass, real glass. The medical staff said, we don't think you ought to do that. This is where this fucking clown's head's at. Lil Jack got his panties in a bunch, so it was brought to CM Punk. He said, we don't do that on Saturday night. They're going to Wembley. He grabbed him by the goozle pipe. Real glass. You dick lick. He did not punch a person. He choked one little nitwit. Curly-headed, entitled little prick. What'd you think he was gonna do, dipshit? Ride me a river. Mine for wrestling of a slug in a sewer. You're not a TV star. You're tired. What the fuck? He looks like a minor. Jungle Boy sucks. 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 Don't run your fucking yap. Don't fuck around and find out. Jungle Jack, what, you gonna do something about it? Yeah, apparently. Oh my God, he grabbed me. Tony ended up firing his biggest star. Punk should send Jack off a Christmas card. Look in my eyes, what do you see? CM Punk to the WWE. What's Jack Perry gonna fucking do? Tony, fire the fucking little goof. Arrogant knob. Indie nitwit. Here's your contract, Jack. Rip, rip, rip. Tony went, he made me mad. Send him another check, but don't let him come back. Jungle Boy sounds fake and like a dork. Runs and hides because he doesn't like to talk. Homeless Jack living in a box under an overpass on cocaine, shot into space. Jack is slapping himself in the face. He's ready to get butt fucked by Sonato, the Cucamonga Kids, Mr. Okada, and the independent legal team. They get through a bucket of Vaseline. Hey, scapegoat, Nanny Goat, Billy Goat, Rick. Hey, Sweet Chin Music, you're a fucking kid. Hey, he caused the thing with CM Punk, which he did. Hey, this place is a joke. You're a clown, and I quit. Hey, he's got very feminine hips. Hey, he might look good in a bikini, bitch. Hey, Jesus, I'd want to snatch him around the neck. Hey, bland, boring, mumble mouth dreck. Hey. Jungle Boy sucks. 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 Look at all this shit that he directed.
Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Yeah. Episode 124. I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks. Yeah. And it's a Wednesday. It's a Wednesday, actually, which is also Rusev Day. So it's a problem here, you know? We have a couple of holidays overlapping here. What's happening, guys? How y'all doing? I hope you're doing good this week thus far. Monday was a bit of a blow to the IWC. RIP Kev Castle. Okay, we're gonna hold him in our hearts. We're gonna have a blast tonight. We're gonna have fun in his honor. We're gonna say some shit some people don't like in his honor. But hopefully, mostly you all agree with me. No. I hope you're all doing good. I'm doing well. I'm going to check in with chat in just a moment. We're live on X tonight, so if you're over on X watching the show, please come on over to YouTube if you don't mind. X is cool and all, but yeah. The other thing is, sorry I didn't get the stream up until like very last minute. I know a lot of you wait and you're like, oh, I want to run in there and get my like in so we don't get Jericho, or I want to, pop in and say something in chat. I didn't have this up till like I went live, so I apologize. I was very, very, very busy. I was up very late last night working on some stuff. And then today, just busy. And then very last minute, like I was barely able to get on socials and like quickly go through and be like, oh, what else do I need to throw in the bookmarks or whatever? I had to do that as well because it was just, I wasn't online much today. So, yeah, I appreciate your patience with all of you, bringing your likes to the show, because we know that Jericho likes to rear his ugly head from time to time. Right? If we don't get those likes up and whatnot. But how are we doing? I'm doing great. What's been going on? I just been editing a lot, I just been doing cool shows. If you guys haven't, check out PWT podcast that I did episode 91 with Grapple Vision. He's been, studying, if you will. I say investigating, but I mean, is it investigate? I don't know, right? He makes like investigative and documentary style videos on his YouTube channel, and he's been going into the chase and rant stuff for like, I want to say years, maybe a couple of years, I don't know. He's been documenting it for like a long time, and we dove in deep to the chase and rants, Team Vision Dojo, Booker T. You'll see it in the clip form if you guys just like to wait for the clips, But yeah, we dive deep into the whole thing, and he provides tremendous insight. And we have his mom freaked out on him. We read those public comments, by the way. They weren't DMs or anything on the air. like Chase and Rance's mom, you know, things like that. So it's quite compelling stuff. So that's over on Pro Wrestle Times. That premiered yesterday. Just make sure you check that out if you don't want to wait for it to come out in clip form, or, you know, sometimes there's some shows where I listen to the whole thing and then there's one part where I'm like, fuck, I can't, like, what they were talking about there, and then it comes out in clip form and I'm like, yes, you know, I just click on that part. So, you know, yeah, really, really good stuff. Me and Gary Von Erich from Grapple Vision there, and he's going to come back on. I think we're going to do like a whole series where him and I dive into some stuff. So next we're doing the Plan B tape, and that's where a bunch of wrestlers were like, hey, if you don't meet our demands, and this is like some of the names, man, some of the people you never thought would expose the biz, and Gary provides a great insight on how, like, there wasn't just one Plan B tape, you know what I'm saying? Like, this happened a bunch of times in wrestling where, like, a bunch of the wrestlers we all admire threatened to fucking, you know, who were like, oh, if it was them, they'd smack Jack Perry or whatever, you know, like, even those guys were ready to expose it all if promoters didn't meet demands and stuff. So compelling stuff. We're going to record that Friday, and I'll just drop it on Monday or Tuesday or whatever. But yeah, that's not why you guys are here. You guys don't care about all that. You guys don't care about youtube.com/ at Phil Marks Out, where I talk about pop culture and review stuff and make top 10 lists and do fun comic book YouTube drama and all that other stuff, you know, besides pro wrestling. You guys don't care about patreon.com / Pro Wrestle Times, where me and Awful, I'm uploading the clip that got nuked from the live show where we break down and argue over the Tiffany Stratton, Charlotte Flair work shoot incident, which we have a bit of an update on Tiffy's front. You guys don't care about, you know, all the channels and shit I have to plug, do you? You guys care about Blue Chews. Oh, come on now, Eric. But no, I appreciate you all. We have Dynamite also that's going to be on, I guess, in the background. I mean, when I saw that the one match here with Moxley announced, you know, I looked under Tony Khan's post and people are upset, man. So we're going to collectively groan at that together. Let's get into the show. We have quite a bit to get to. We have a good chunk of sickos. If you're a fan of sickos, this is like a Sicko Wednesday here. Okay. Yeah, so I definitely am excited. I don't really care. I'm gonna like, this is what's gonna happen tonight. I'm gonna barely pay attention to this Dynamite. I'm gonna watch it later, you know. I'm gonna end up watching it like when I go to sleep or something, just to be honest. But it'll be on in the background as I do. And yeah, not to be that guy, but it's like, come on, man. Thunder Rosa, Chris Statlander, okay, they were just teaming and shit. Or no, is it okay? Timeless Tony Storm will be on commentary, so she's gonna commentate this Owen Hart women's tournament for some reason. I mean, cool. They just wanted a reason because they have no other women on the card. They had no other place, so they just threw Tony in there. Moxley and Shibata, and it's like, okay. And some people are triggered. They're like, why is Shibata able to challenge the world champ? That is true, especially one who's like murdering people in Minecraft and running away all the time. You would think that he would try and avoid taking on all challengers and shit, right? So Shibata, it's like, why? Why doesn't he just fight Claudio or something? But because the Death Riders, Claudio and Yuta, are in a tag match against the Ops. Meanwhile, their trios partner, Pac, once again, is in a fucking... So these are just placeholder belts. Like, he's in a singles match. These two guys are in a tag team. You never see the trios titles really defended ever. Or you don't see, like, trios get established, really, or anything, you know? And the problem is that, like, they keep mishmashing factions together and shit. And it's like, just establish your dudes and fuck, I don't know. It drives me nuts. So the Ops, I guess, like, they're just like, hey, Joe, get Hook over. Just team with Hook the way Sting teamed with Darby. Tony Khan's like, no, we would never beat you, Joe. Joseph, we love you, sir. Sir Joe, Sir Samoa. Can I call you sir? He's like, whatever, just don't hug me. You know, but Joe is just being teamed up with Hook, and he's going to fucking leave AEW. I'll hit an X-Files, and then he's going to dip out and go back to WWE and fucking be a commentator. So, pardon me, guys. Okay, so, but yeah, shout out Joe and Hook for real. You know, I would love to see Hook in NXT. I think that's where he would fit in there like nobody's fucking business, man. He would fit in better than like a Ricky Starks and shit. Hook, like his swag, the way he carries himself, like the way he talks, how he acts. Like, okay, the college kid eating Doritos, smoking blunts, but he's like a really good like judo practitioner and amateur wrestler that'll stretch you. That fits into NXT and their whole like college vibe more than anything. The shit that I don't like in NXT is when they get to, not that I don't like Sean Spears or whatever, but that group is like, I don't know, just put them on the main roster then. You know, what is Sean? Like Sean, I'm cool with him being in NXT, just like getting Ricky Saints and getting some of these guys over. That's the perfect position for him right now, you know? Especially because he does train people like with Tyler Breeze and stuff like that. But at the same time, like, I like the stuff that's focused on, I don't know, like the American Pie essence, I guess, of what NXT has had. They'll, you know, just that good old slice of fucking studio wrestling, I guess. The old Americana, I guess, is what you call it, right? Like, it's just like college kids, but they're all competing in this league. And then sometimes outsiders come in and that sort of thing. But when you start getting into like the spooky group beating up, you know, Retribution 2 that are all, now I like how the D'Angelo family are getting it over as like, oh, these guys are all like rejects from the, you know, from the PC and all that. So they're like, fuck it, we're just going to come flip NXT on its ear. I do like how they're explaining that because, you know, that's the old like Dr. Doom story. One of my favorite villains, you know, it's like, the experiment goes wrong in college, you know, it blows up, he fucking gets expelled, he goes mad, you know, he descends into madness. My experiments read, you know, I like that. So I'm okay with that explanation, but just the whole, when they start going that way, I'm like, well, just do that on the main roster then, or whatever. You know, I just like the whole Degrassi High vibe of NXT, I guess. I don't know. So if you added Hook, the point I'm getting to, okay, circling it back, I know I ramble, the Hook would fit in brilliantly. Like, I think even more so than a Ricky Saints, even though he's great there. But you could plug Ricky Saints on SmackDown, he'd work. Like, let's be perfectly honest here. Even Ethan Page, even Obafemi. A lot of these people, you could plug them in the main roster and they'd likely swim, you know, at this moment, especially with the women. So when characters like Hook can come in, I'm like, yeah, that shit right there, he would be so perfect for what they have going on in NXT. So I don't know when his deal's up, but hopefully it's fucking soon. And hopefully he just makes the right call. And Taz, like, or maybe Taz is like, no, kid, the right call is work as little as you can for as much money as you can. I broke my fucking neck, you know? I had to work barefoot in a fucking bingo hall, you know? So you didn't have to do that. So maybe that's the right call too. I don't know. But yeah, shout out Hook. So then you have Speedball. So this is a $400,000, not $500,000. 400,000, so they can split it up 100, as Linda Hogan would call it, a bone, right? They each get a little 10 piece. So Speedball, Mike Bailey, Ospreay, Mark Briscoe, and Kevin Knight. So just like, here's all my new favorite guys in a fatal 4-way or in like a 8-man tag. I just don't think this is how you get these guys over, bro. I don't know. Tony's tried this time and time again. It doesn't work. Like, maybe just don't do the match where, oh, here's the new guy. He takes Ospreay to the limit, and then Ospreay beats him, and then they're in a tag team in a 4-way, and then you're on ROH. You know, that doesn't work, bro. You got to do more than that. So, and I guess like Tony and some of the wrestlers can justify, like Kevin Knight can be like, man, Tony gave me the opportunity on TV to wrestle like Ospreay, bro. He's one of my all-time, like, that's a dream come true. That's a moment you can never take away. And that is true, man. That is true. I think that's a way people could justify some of this shit, you know? So the other team is Crew, which is Leo Rush and Action Andretti, which, okay. The Beast Mortis, okay. And Ricochet. Now, I'll tell you guys one thing. Just for one thing. Dun, 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 dun. What I do like about this match is there's clear baby faces, heels, and they're fighting for money. It's like, all right, to me, and then when you see them do the wild shit, it's like there's $100,000 for the winner on the line. That shit makes me go, all right, you could even hang the money above a fucking briefcase with a ladder or whatever, that at least, and here's the bad guy team, here's the good guy team. I like that. Okay. When we are forced to guess all the time on this program, like who's fucking good and bad, like who is the bigger piece of shit. Basically, you're just cheering for a bunch of assholes that, like, so when it's clear like that, you're like, okay, I can get behind this, bruv. Okay. And then we get TV time with the Learning Tree, Chris Jericho, and then we get the Hurt Syndicate celebration for one of their many title defenses, and then MJF's going to come out and get involved or send in a video or something because he has the week off. So we'll see what happens with that. Ultimately, what am I looking forward to here? I am curious to see where MJF and Hurt Syndicate go, I guess. But it's weird because, like, they're all bad guys. So, yeah, they're just going to, like, fuck with other good guys together, and then MJF joins them fully. Maybe that's cool. And then Pac and Swerve, I mean, that'll probably be a good match. I mean, the physicality-wise and shit. And then otherwise, like, I'm not like, oh, I need to see any of these matches. I don't really care. And that's unfortunate of me to say about Statlander and Thunder Rosa, but it's like, man. What, like, okay, so and I'm not reading this wrong, right? Because these graphics sometimes are so poorly done where you're like, what the fuck? So yeah, it's Thunder Rosa versus Statlander, and they were just a team against like Bane and whatever. So sometimes it's just too coincidental. It's just too like, oh really? They're gonna face each other opening round. And Timeless Tony Storm is just on commentary because, like, she'll just be there. And I know that that's a thing you can do in wrestling, right? Everyone does it. Well, this person's just on they just had Tony Hinchcliffe randomly on commentary for a fucking Viking Raiders match. But it just seems like, oh, what a coincidence. Statlander versus Rosa and the Owen Hart in the opening round. And then Timeless will be out there, and then Megan Bane will get involved again. Coincident, like, you know what I mean? Oh, if there was another women's match, then maybe you have like Tony and Megan Bane get involved, and then I don't know, maybe I'm just thinking too like long distance. Well, if we spread this out a bit, or we like take baby steps in some areas, you might get more out of it. It's like they could face each other in round 2 after like encouraging each other, but being like, look, I know whatever happened, but here's our shot. I'll see you, like, or if one of us wins the tournament, great, boom. And then I don't fucking know. I'm just trying to think character development and stuff. Either way, let me check in with chat, guys. There's 233 of you watching across all platforms. And we're only 20 minutes in, so that's really good. So shout out to PWT Universe. Come check us out on YouTube if you're on X. There's links everywhere. I spam the fucking timelines with them, okay? So go and click one and then come hang out with us over here. Anyways, though. Yeah, let me check in with chat. Jackson Davis for 5 says that 8-man 400K match is for what the rating is going to be. Oh, shit. This lineup looks like a bunch of BS. So we're going to go into AEW news, and we're going to see, like, Tony Khan posted this card, right? And I bookmarked it because the replies were just, everyone's like, what the fuck, man? Vulcan 280 for 5 says, I hope I never get into a line behind Meltzer when ordering food. I'm sure it takes him 10 minutes just to order. Well, I like, actually, if you put pastrami first and then mustard, Brian, only on whole grain, the best breads, herbs, and cheese. Alt Jake takes on for 2 says, bet the learning tree breaks up tonight. Best guys, Tony Khan. Yeah, I mean, I hope they just beat Jericho's ass because they're kind of cutting babyface promos. This is the problem. This is what I was talking about. You have the learning tree as far as like Keith and Big Bill. They're like popping the crowd and shit, and people are like, yeah, they're awesome. But there hasn't been like a formal baby face turn. And if the baby face turn is just like all of a sudden Jericho's treating them like monster shit, then they beat him up or something. I don't fucking know. You never know in this company. But I will say this until the end of time, and I bet you Big Bill hates it. Bring Enzo back, and let's get Enzo and Big Bill put back together on one of these programs. Mexican food is enjoyed by most casuals. It's definitely one of my favorite. 45 likes. Yeah, run those up to 100 on the Clips channel, or else Jericho's going to do a run-in. You know what I mean? So it depends if you like that or not. Lincoln Hawk, not that I've seen, but his current comic arc is ridiculous. Who y'all talking about here? You talking about some Doom in the video game booking? Yeah. Tony is trying to force New Japan booking style to work on weekly television. It's just not going to work. The Japanese promotions work because there's no weekly live. Well, that's just it. Right. It's the indie thing. That's what I say. They should just focus on let's do indies. And then do like every 3 months a pay-per-view where it's like a super indie card. And then our weekly show is a show where we highlight, like, let's say you want to have this 8-man 400 grand match. Okay. Do like a indie show that you tape somewhere, and then let's say, Ospreay showed up in Rev Pro to face Kevin Knight, whatever. Then you air that on your Dynamite show, this weekly show, Dynamite or whatever, or that's what like Collision is. And then you have your live, whatever Dynamite show every week, but you can like do a compilation. Oh, this happened in Ring of Honor and this happened here. And here's Athena's match in Ring of Honor from this week. And this matters because the build to All in Texas. Welcome to AEW Collision. All elite, meaning all the pro wrestling in the world, the indies, da-da-da-da-da. You have Tony Schiavone hosted or some shit. And then you fucking explain. You take the time, Tony, you invest. That's how you blow up Rev Pro or whatever. GCW. You show their shit on TV and you fucking work that into your talent an exchange deal, and you go, yeah, this will be on Collision, and then you get everyone up to date why they should give a fuck about stuff that they don't understand, and then you can explain the importance of like Athena's Ring of Honor run and why when Mercedes beats her it's such a big deal. There's like so many things you could do differently, and then just do like a super indie pay-per-view. Like that was the heart and soul. That's what they lost. Is at the beginning, you're like, holy shit, it's like a super indie. But then, and some old WWE guys are here, like, and, some of them are in their prime, like Mox, everyone thought I thought he was in his prime. I did, personally, when he came over. And he was. Who knows? If he was in WWE, he'd be in that triple threat at Mania right now. You know what I mean? So, now he's wrestling Shibata over like a fucking briefcase, dude. In like what may or may not be the main event. We don't ever know because these posters and the card's subject to change. You know that. I've been in the business 6 years. So yeah, definitely. There's so many ways to be innovative and to have retained that. Like, that's the thing with ECW too. They tried to be like, we're going to compete with WWE, and then they died. You didn't need to do that. No one liked ECW because of that. They liked it for what it was. AEW, we wanted the alternative would have been you go sports-based and you keep the super indie vibe. But instead, they're like, fuck WWE. Actually, we were just joking, Then the smoke comes. They're like, we're just kidding, So, yeah, it is what it is. I mean, you know what they say. You guys all know what they say.
Best guys, Tony Khan.
And I've harped on this enough here. Not to bury them before the show, but this pay-per-view. I mean, I do agree with the sentiment, though, that now you don't pull it off Mox, like at that last pay-per-view, because I had the same vibe. I was like, I think I even titled the stream like Mox must lose or something, because it's like everybody is just tired of this, and you have the opportunity. Okay, at this pay-per-view, he's got to fucking, at this juncture, he's got to fucking not have Mox retain again, right? And then he does, and it's like, okay, I get it. All In or Double or Nothing. Those are like your monumental shows, if you will, right? The franchises. Those are like All In and Double or Nothing are AEW's two like main. I know Tony likes to be like, well, Wrestle Dynasty and Wrestle Dream and Dynasty and and we got like Fighter Fest and I think what's that other one, So I know he says like they're all franchises and shit. I don't necessarily agree that they're all franchises and shit, but personally, I think that maybe Full Gear you could say is one, but Double or Nothing and All In are the ones where it's like, okay, if you're gonna play this thing out this long and beat everyone over the head, I mean, it didn't work, and you're gonna have to look back and go, this shit didn't work, but ultimately, yeah, I think they are headed in a good direction as long as they just keep focusing on the core fucking characters and trying to tell more stories like they're doing, okay? Because if they're going to do the WWE thing, because I've always said it, if you're going to do fucking TV, you got to do TV stuff, okay? So you can't just focus on the in-ring, bruv, because people don't care. It's a TV show, bruv, right? Go on YouTube and watch people fall down, get back up, bruv. So that's all I'm saying. They're at least doing things that will push them. Like we had, WWE had to trudge through some shit too to get to where the stories. That's why we appreciate the good stories. So, hopefully they can turn it all around. Anyways, I've harped a lot on this card and AEW right off the rip. Some more super chats. Lincoln Hawk for 2 says Shibata's aunt has the belt. Storyline. Oh, you mean that lady in Omaha? I don't. Maybe his brain was in there too in that bin as well. Whitest Rabbit's been a member for 4 months. Amazing, guys. Memberships are 99 cents. Consider hitting subscribe or whatever you do. Hit like, dislike, leave a comment, any of that good stuff. Okay, so what do we got to do on this front here? We need to look at what news we're going to get into. So I think we have some light news that we can get into. Not a whole ton of light news, though, today. I got to be perfectly honest. Here, let me pull something up juicy for us to get into. Oh, and that was the other thing, too, that during my ranting and raving that I was going to mention that I forgot because I babble so much. We have a guy who broke down all of Moxley's ratings and TV ratings and shit. And is like, no, he has been a draw. I'm going to refute this shit with just simple logic. But, and it is what it is, not just to shit on anyone, but objectively speaking, AEW has been posting overall like their worst shit. So, like their worst numbers and stuff. So, when this guy's saying Moxley has actually been a draw, I'm going to explain how that works. But he broke it down and it was good stuff. It is actually. And I'm not shitting on him crunching the numbers. I think I said good work to him as well, because it's like, you should be doing this, I want someone to do this for Samoa Joe, right? To show Tony Khan what's up with the fucking fans and what they want, bro. But yeah, we're going to get into that in a bit. So we just have a bit of light news. Okay, not much, but for light news, we play a banjo. So Cain Velasquez, a former WWE superstar, former UFC heavyweight champion, one of the best, has been transferred to Wasco State Prison. I apologize. That's somewhere in California, I think, and will be eligible for parole in March 2026. The judicial system, man. Shout out Cain, man. Free Cain. Absolutely. So we have some miscellaneous news to get into as well, and then we'll dive into some. Maybe we'll do Sickos in a bit. So we have miscellaneous news over here. And for that, we'll play Julia Gulia hit me with something here. Where is it? For that, we'll play one of these.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Okay. So Josh Barnett reveals conversations with William Regal about competing at GCW Bloodsport. And he says, you think I haven't had conversations with William Regal about if you should feel spry, you know? I say the ball is in his court. He should go and ref a match. Ooh, Josh, hire me. Big fan. Big fan. No, I'm totally teasing, but listen, I'm a huge Josh Barnett mark. I've marked out about him on the show before. We don't need to get into all that. Big Regal fan. As a kid, I was so enthralled in just like the story. I never really thought about this guy should be champion, but Regal was the one guy where when I played SmackDown, Shut Your Mouth, or whatever the games are, right? I'd pick Regal because I was always like, he should have been the world champ and had like a run with the title where he was just like almost the JBL run, you know, that sort of thing. But like the British version or the English version, you know? And I always loved the brass knucks gimmick, man. That was so good. And when he'd have matches like it's under the Queensberry rules, and then he like switched the rules up and shit mid-match. I loved all that stuff. Regal was the guy. But anyways, Josh Barnett says, I say the ball is in his court, not as like a challenge or anything like that. It's just he's the boss here. If he tells me it's time, done. If he says, hey, I'm better off spectating, done. Whatever he wants, he's correct. That's the way I see it. Yeah, fuck yeah. And I want to see Regal. He should ref a match or do commentary or something like that. Corner someone, maybe corner his kid. R.I.P. Kev right here. Kev Castle with us always. We're keeping that here in the miscellaneous news, which is where I quickly bookmarked when I live on the show. If you guys saw Monday, I was like, oh, we just need to get this link. I need to show this on screen. I just quickly bookmarked it, and we're going to keep this here now. This is where it landed. It's going to stay here with our pro wrestling anime here, Kaibitsu-kun, right? With Giant Baba and Antonio Inoki, all of that. We keep that here in miscellaneous news. We're going to keep kept there, too, from now on, okay? Linda McMahon files a motion to dismiss the Ring Boy lawsuit. Isn't she in the government now?
What?
God damn it, pal. That's not good. That is not good. Tammy Sitch ordered to pay $5 million dun, 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 in a DUI lawsuit settlement. So they gave a settlement, and I guess she doesn't have to go to prison any longer or whatever, but she's got to pay $5 million. I know where she can get $5 million. Yeah, I got $5 million real quick for you, but I won't actually give you. But it'll actually only be 2. I'm gonna keep 3 for the kitten. I'll trade you a kitten for $3 million. Yeah. Fucking disgusting. Yeah. So $5 million. Didn't she kill someone? Not like I'm not trying to be insensitive, but it's like it's pretty wild. Soraya says, I would like to get back in the ring this year and really train and find myself again. I feel like I didn't do that the past couple of years. I want to do the training side of things. I want to go to Natty's training school and get in the ring with her. That's my focus this year. I didn't get to do a Royal Rumble or Elimination Chamber, anything I didn't get to do. Maybe down the line I will get to do them. Who knows? Mass Exodus 2025.
Yeah.
Phil Marks told you, and we feel so alive. Yeah. So I bet she can get cleared to do a rumble and get knocked out of the ring or whatever real quick, or just lay in the corner and then eliminate someone and then get thrown over like onto people really safely. You know, I guarantee she could make that work and they'd clear for it. They were going to let Danielson wrestle even though he wasn't allowed to. They let Edge wrestle even though he wasn't allowed to. Yeah, medical science has advanced greatly, and as long as she's safe about it and doesn't get in there with fucking Monet, who gives her a stinger again, we're all good. Denise Salcedo says that her time at the Wrestling Observer Figure 4 has come to an end. Well, you know, business is booming, Brian. She leaves, just so everyone knows, $17.99.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
That would be so funny. I hope that happens. No. So she says, this is one of my first major jobs in pro wrestling. I will forever be thankful to all the awesome opportunities and all the work, etc. Thank you first and foremost to Anthony, Brian Alvarez, Meltzer, BR26, Josh Nason. Thank you to everyone who checked out any of my videos and all the new viewers I connected with. I'm now officially working on my YouTube channel full time. I mean, I have been for years, but I was working so many extra jobs. Yeah, I feel that, girl. Listen, Denise Salcedo far superior doing her own thing for sure. So she moved off from Fightful and from Wrestling Observer, doing her own thing. Shout her out. And yeah, keep killing it. So Perry Saturn tells us why Bret Hart is the man. Let's listen to Perry Saturn tell a story about Bret Hart in the WCW days not being a mark for himself.
What kind of good guy Bret Hart is. It's his first day in WCW, and I'm walking in the building with him. We're talking. And in WCW, the superstar guys like Hulk Hogan, they had their own private dressing room. So we're walking down the hallway, and they would get to a dressing room, and there's a sign on the door that says Bret Hart. He goes, "What is this?" And I go, "Oh, that's your dressing room." He goes, "Come on, get the fuck." I go, "No, that's your dressing room." I go, "We'll be down here. Hogan's over there." Bret looked, he tore the fucking sign off the wall, went and told Eric.
Well, I got to dress by myself, brother. Well, let me tell you something, dude. I don't need anyone seeing Terry Bollea's penis. Hulk Hogan's penis is 12 inches long, brother. But Terry Bollea's, Jack, is only a solid 5.5, dude.
You know, don't ever do that to me again. I dress with the fucking boys. You know, Bret Hart.
It's an average size, brother.
Was down to earth and just, you know, and you know, if you work with him, he was going to bust his ass and everything, you know. That was really good. Tell you what kind of good guy Bret Hart is.
All right, shout out the GOAT, man. And yeah, that, ladies and gentlemen, was light news today. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Let me see here. I'm going to check in with chat, and then I think we're going to dive into maybe Sickos. Got a lot of Sickos to catch up on. I'm also reading that fans are rallying for Jim Johnston to return to WWE. That would be awesome. That would be really good, pal. Where is UFC MMA? Okay, yeah, we cleared that out. Yeah, no TNA news today. So there you go. Other than, I guess, you know, the crossovers like Ethan Page, the Meta Girls were over there. So that's all really good stuff. Do we rip through these sickos? We might as well, yeah. It's always playing catch up with these freaks. No, just kidding. Let me check in with chat here. Hall of Fame, that would be so great for Jim to be back. Maven confronted Saturn. Yeah, that was fun. Maven also talked to PJ, just incredible. Billy Jack is cooked. 2.6-inch pythons, brother. Lodi. Okay, you guys you're off in a convo. Okay, should I say Kenta? All right, let's get back into news then. Let's dive over. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to see some sickos, some real sick bastards in the chat, because it is time for our Sicko segment. And we start off our Sicko segment with our latest fool here.
You just made the list.
Okay, Suit Williams, who, if he wasn't before, he's now, this is an invisible list, folks, okay? It's just jokes. But Suit says, Marv Movie Monster screen grabs him or finds the screen grab on X and says that evil WWE trying to co-opt WrestleMania weekend as if they started and own it. This is why I hate the IWC. And so Suit Williams had this to say about WWE. And he goes, WWE has fully co-opted Mania weekend. So WWE's co-opted their own. What the fuck are they talking about? And it's like a different weekend too, but it's so funny. They co-opted it. Like it only exists because them, dude. Jesus Christ. So he goes, WWE has fully co-opted Mania weekend. The indies that were there to show their fans to curious audience are now. No, they don't go to show their fans to curious audiences or whatever dumb shit. That's the headcanon. That's the fantasy mark booking. All these fucking sickos do all the time. No, that's not why they exist, right? Those indies exist around Mania because the promoters go, oh, I can make some fucking money and there's a lot of people in town and I can get maybe book some of them for cheap because they're in town anyways, or we can get maybe a double shot, or we can, you know what I mean? There's money to be made here, and there's all the fans are from around the world, and there's people who might go to night one, who might not go to night two, or who come into town for the vibes, and you know what I mean, but only go to the indie shows because they can't afford Mania itself. Right? So it's like, no, they didn't co-opt shit. You are co-opting this shit to be some fucking supposed to be about the indies. Mania weekends, not about the indies, bro. Jesus Christ. With some exceptions, teaming with WWE for clout, it's over, dog. And so the companies that are teaming with WWE, instead of Tony going, I know, we'll run Ring of Honor the same night. We'll run it right at the same town the night before. That's what Tony's even done. So instead of them going, hey, we're just going to go slide in, wheeze off your juice, hey, WWE's doing this thing over here. Let's go do this other thing and wheeze off their juice, dude. Take some of their sauce and put it in our shit and call it our own. We're going to we're going to work with them, right? Because that's the smart move to do. So we're going to work with WWE and be like, hey, we work with WWE. We're over here now. I'm not even I can't even do JD yet. Maybe, I'm sure he'll pop up here. But, so they're all co-opted and they're just doing that for clout instead of like, oh, we get more eyes on GCW and we get to use WWE people and put them in dream matches against other people from the indies in Japan and TNA and shit in Bloodsport. That's fucking doing it for clout. Go tell Josh Barnett he's doing anything for clout. Fucking idiots. Anyways. So BJ Bethel. BJ, no thanks, I'm full. Oh. Says WWE is working very hard to prevent AEW landing on Fox. Sam Shipman told me the counter show. Well, at least he named a fucking name. Round of applause, BJ, for naming a fuck. BJ, is that your name or is that like what you do? Oh. Wow, maybe it works, but it can also backfire badly. This isn't 83, even if you're a McMahon. And then this guy, David Pulitzer Meltzer. Whoever that guy is, you better follow me. And then BJ, no thanks. We just met. Oh, I don't know how many of those I got. No source on that one, but I can go ask making an observation. But I can go ask. Jesus Christ. This is the clout thing. Oh, I can just go ask. It's so cringy. So JD says, I know people will say block the noise out, but I'm trying to get past some of the incredibly huge down parts of the last month that I have all but told two people. Incredibly huge down parts of the last month that I have all but told two people. And I will always defend myself when I'm feeling wronged. This is how people treat you, no matter how hard you try, and why I don't trust anyone over here. Shame on you, Miss Kate Fabe. I made comments in the past. It caused problems. I apologized personally, and we moved on. Never mentioned her since. Even promised Sap. Dude, you can't promise Sap stuff because then he thinks he controls you and shit. You get it? That's where you fucked up, JD. Like, you don't go and be like, oh, I'm sorry for like having an opinion to these other people who have opinions, and then call you obsessed when you talk about their opinions, but then they get mad about other people's opinions. It's fucking insanity, bro. Don't even engage with that shit. It's mental illness. But anyways, he goes, I made comments and okay, come to find out she talked shit over on Blue Sky. Oh, yeah, that's all Blue Sky is. It's a bunch of mentally ill people who went, we don't like the opinions over here and the shit people talk over here, and we have to block them all, and we're in our own bubbles. But now Elon made it so we can't be in our own bubbles fully. But we're going to stay on X because we want to talk shit about what's on X, but we're just going to go do it over here where we can just gang up on anyone who fucking, you know what I mean? Like, it's just our own little bubble over here. We're overhead now. First we were over there. Now we're overhead now. Oh, so it is what it is, man. But yeah, that's what they do. They are like, oh, we hate the negativity. Let's all just go talk shit on Blue Sky. That's all it was, right? So whatever. I beat that fucking Bluebird to death as well. That Bluebird wannabe to death as well, I guess. Come to find out, she talks shit over there now, and on her protected account here, kicking me when I was down the last 2 weeks. Screenshot of my apology, her accepting my apology, and a message I wake up to today asking to leave her alone if she super chats my show. What? Leave who alone, Kate? I don't need your money, nor do I want it. Okay, that's weird and cringe. Leave me alone. Here's $5 to read my comment. Leave me alone. Why won't they leave me alone? Here's $5. Please read what I have to say in big red letters, in big green letters. Leave me alone. What the fuck? This is what, don't even engage with this shit, JD. And then JD's dropping DMs. You could have just said this and not posted the screen grabs of, you could have posted her talking shit. Right? Like publicly behind her protected account. Oh, you could have just like did that. But then now it's like, ugh, all these people drop DMs. It's fucking crazy. Don't DM people, folks. Jesus, right? Like fucking weird, man. It's crazy. The lengths this IWC goes to. And then you get outside of this bubble. And it's like, shit, man. It's better, but then you look at other communities, like go look at MMA fans. They're all like the dumbest fans are of the MMA fans ever and shit. And then the IWC, the same thing. And then you go to fucking, you do the pop culture stuff, the same thing, you know? So we got to just have a laugh at all this shit, but he calls her fake, right? So again, like JD waking up super late to the party. But he goes, I don't know. Are we gonna? Thanks for the reply back, Kate, and taking the time. I regret lumping you into any of the toxicity, but the effort will be there to maintain some peace. I know my shit riles people up. It's not for everyone. It's what I've created. Part of me loves the effect it has done on people because people react so passionately. And of course, you get the fucking weirdos. In no way am I changing how I run my channel. It's successful because of it. But the pettiness is gonna stop. The cheap shots will stop. Someone close to me tonight explained it. I'm baseball and Sean is soccer. Oh, two completely different sports. You get it? Capiche? Two different creators, two different ways, but room enough for everybody. Here's the problem is that like Sean is news, or he claims he's gossip. So I guess he's Perez Hilton. Okay. But Sean is like news, right? These reporters, these people who are like, we fucking write like news articles and we'll give you the update. Our sources in WWE can confirm this. When you start doing that, you're the news. JD just talks shit. So there you go. There doesn't even need to be. Well, I mean, I guess that is what it is. I say y'all are CNN, I'm SNL. That's what I've said since day one, right? Or I say you over there and we're over here now. No, but JD's like, I'm basketball and you're cricket or whatever, I guess he said. But real life gets lost in all this. Sean explained what they did when his grandma passed. He knows what people did to me when my grandpa and most recently my Bacardi passed. Bacardi, what is that? Like a fucking name from a cocktail? You get off the cocktail, gubba the cannoli. Oh, just jokes. But yeah, I mean, people don't attack people's dead relatives and pets. That's cringe. Don't do that, right? Here's what Kate, I think, had to say. I think because he's not showing the whole conversation. He's just like picking out certain things, so you don't know. That seems like a really fair middle ground. Definitely vary different creators with different goals. Oh, I think this is her response. Very easy for real life to get lost in this space. Yeah. You guys take this shit way too serious, okay? If I send a super chat to your show, will you leave me alone then? I have you blocked. My account is locked. Please leave me alone. Oh, I get it. Oh, I get what she's saying. She's like making a sarcastic remark. Yeah, fucking whatever, okay? Sicko Wars! Sicko Wars! Oh, shit. So Top 10 Wrestling, who just had me blocked, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to unsub from your channel. Sicko Wars. Petty Wars. No, I didn't unsub from his channel, by the way. I'll still watch his videos. But Raj Giri's like, Raw hits the highest ranking on Netflix since whatever. And then Top 10 Wrestling's like, what's the source? Trust me, bro. And then Raj is like, literally says in the post, per Netflix data. So these people have been unhinged lately, you know? Speedball Mike Bailey. Okay, sorry. So here's Neckbeards. Neckbeards is guy. So, okay, Neckbeards' fool is Follow the Revolution. So, I mean, again, this gentleman here, he's not on the fool's list. Right, this is Neckbeard's bit, but we cover when Neckbeards, I pick out some of the funny ones when he covers this when he makes fun of this Follow the Revolution guy. I would love to hear them like have a debate back and forth because they're both just clearly trolls, you know? So like this Follow the Revolution guy can't be serious. And if he is, I don't know. He was like out front. He posted a post. We covered it on the show of him out front of the AEW show. Like, hey, I love to meet kids that are sickos. And he like took pictures with people's kids and shit. I'm not joking. Okay. And I'm not making this sound crazier. Like, look, here's one of them. Right. And so it's innocent enough. Like, I'm not saying, oh, this guy's a freak of nature. You know what I mean? But he made a post about it. Like, oh, I love meeting like kid sickos and we call ourselves sickos together. And he's like posted 2 or 3 pictures of him with like, I guess other people's kids that he's like, hey, can I take a picture with your kid or whatever? So I don't know. That's all I'm saying, bro. That shit. If my friend was doing that, I'd check him. I'd be like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? You can't do that. You know, it's crazy. But anyways, this Follow the Revolution gentleman says, hot take, AEW's decision to release expensive veteran talent, including Miro and Malachi Black, in favor of signing younger talent with upside, such as Will Ospreay, Speedball Mike Bailey, and Sky Blue, is a strategic move that showcases Tony's focus on cultivating a talented young roster for years to come. Thoughts? I think that's just a lie. He just held on to them forever until these people's lawyers may or may not have started looking into contracts, and he may or may not have tripped a fucking, well, you know, you can't just pull people's merch off of your fucking website because they're brothers in WWE and shit. You know, I think that happened, and Tony went, oh, here we go, just release all these people who are unhappy and just get goodwill. Saraya, sure, you're good. We'll pay you out till September, but you're free to do what you want. Or maybe she just went, I don't need to get here. You guys can buy me out of my deal for this much. We don't know. It's all private, but he's doing some stuff to get some goodwill back, which is, you know, the good thing. If he was trying to build young talent, he would let someone smarter run Ring of Honor and turn it into like a developmental type system. He would have already been on top of like what WWE's doing with Evolve. he would have done that, and he would have like AEW ID'd people before and did my idea where, you know, Rampage wasn't a fucking live show to try and compete with SmackDown. It's a show to fucking showcase like indie shit and other feds that you're working with and talent who might come into the company one day, to AEW TV one day. He would have kept Dark and Dark Elevation, but he doesn't produce those because he can't. There's no like peeling off the top for WBD, and there's no way to, the YouTube numbers aren't good enough, you know? He'd bring Ant Evans to whip that fucking YouTube into shape. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, I'm not shitting on, I say it, man. Tony Khan, keep pushing Fletcher. Invest in your guys. Sky Blue's a tremendous talent. Don't have her being slammed into thumbtacks and barbed wire and breaking her fucking leg on dives her first night back, right? Or like 2 weeks after she just came back from injury, someone dove on her and like broke her leg or whatever. Don't do that. Okay? Just don't have her doing that. Just have her be with Fletcher and have him like treat her. Fletcher's dating Sky Blue, right? Yeah. So just have him like treating her like shit, like a fucking pet almost, and just get nuclear heat on the guy. And we know she can kick ass, so it's not, you know, just do something like that. Bring it back to the old school a bit. Like, we don't need her doing suicide dives and taking fucking well, she likes doing it. Okay. I get it. You know, there's UFC fighters who like fucking just going out there and swinging to the hills too. You know, there's baseball players who like just swinging for homers every fucking time, you know, but sometimes when you're a little more calculated, you know, you tied Barry Bonds' record or whatever. It just happened recently, right? So that's all I'm saying, man. Just fucking slow down a bit, hopefully. And Blue's great in the ring. I love her. Yes, continue to push her. I don't like spooky Sky Blue as much as I like just her being more her. The spooky thing was just, everyone was doing that. There was like a year there where everyone in WWE and NXT and AEW and TNA were, all the girls were getting spooky. It was like, Jesus Christ. Can we cut that out? Moving along though. So here's JD from NY and his old, here's a contrast between JD and his old partner in crime there, Andrew Baydala, one of our fools. So JD says, I thought go-home shows were supposed to get you motivated to buy the pay-per-view. Outside of Swerve tonight, this show is a complete bore. Plus, complete breakdown of the Owen Hart Cup brackets live with Chi-Town Smark. Let's talk.
Off the air.
Here's Baydala. This is what Baydala had to say about the same show.
Off the air. I thought the show was very good. A lot of people complaining about, is this a pay-per-view, go home, everything else like that. I thought it did the job tonight. Off the air. So
there you go, man. No wonder these guys don't do a fucking show together anymore. So someone posted the reason neckbeards like Japanese wrestling. Let's see. Joey Janela would fit right in. Speaking of fitting in, Jericho's going to pop up if we don't get to 100 likes on the clip channel. We're at 74. So Cody Rhodes, man, had to battle it out with some fucking sickos. So unfortunate when this happened. So this Covalent TV says, I got booed in a company that I created. Cody Rhodes on Raw. And then this guy, Justin Enougha, says, Cody Rhodes, I'm begging you, stop taking all the credit for AEW existing, even if WWE asks you to say it. You know better and should cease minimizing everyone else's contributions. And then this guy's like, truth hurts, huh? And then Cody Rhodes pipes in and goes, I'm super proud of it. It was a great memory, and me and those men will always have that and the right to speak it aloud. The need to pretend otherwise hasn't helped anybody focus on you. I'll take that bet. Yeah, these fucking sickos don't understand. Neckbeards. These sickos don't understand that Tony Khan was going to buy Ring of Honor or TNA or whatever. Do they not understand this yet? Like, they were, if it wasn't for Cody Rhodes and the Bucks and Kenny, Tony Khan would be Tony Khan nonstop action.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Okay? It would be, he would only own Ring of Honor right now. Like there wouldn't be like AEW and shit. Okay? So people have to understand that. And I love Cody Rhodes going in there and being like, no. And even him calling out the Bucks a little bit when he was on Andrew Schultz's podcast. So Suit Williams, Suit, one of the biggest idiots on this platform, and posts like this keep proving the point. So here's Suit just trashing two guys that if these guys were fighting for the North American title right now, Suit would be like, oh, TNA fumbled Ethan Page, and, you know, he'd be one of these guys. If they were fighting right now for the AEW world title, he'd be putting it over. Two guys who made names in other companies that chose AEW, and look at them now. That's what he'd be saying. But instead, he's saying two 35-year-olds setting up their semi-main event at noon in front of a hungover crowd on Developmental Mania. This guy right here is a grifter. He doesn't believe this stuff. What he does is he sits there and just tries to think up of like witty, I'm going to bury the Fed. People freak out. I get $38.50 at the end of the month. Okay. Meanwhile, Commander 26 and Bandito will kick ass at Supercard of Honor in a month. He would never say this if Tony Khan didn't own ROH. Do you guys understand? If Tony Khan didn't own ROH, Suit Williams would never say, and this is why. Let me explain it to you guys. They saw what Will Washington did, all these people, and they see the kind of access that Tony Khan, and I've been told, what access? I know AEW superstars. No, I know, okay? Like, it's not like that you guys were revealing your fucking secrets to and all this shit, but Tony Khan would text these he texts people, bro, some of these
best
folks.
guys, Tony Khan.
And they think they can get jobs and shit because they have seen other people who've worked their way into jobs. So that's the only reason Suit's saying this, dude. If Ring of Honor just survived the pandemic and was still just rolling, or if Ring of Honor was bought by WWE, right, instead of AEW, he wouldn't be saying this shit. He wouldn't care about Commander or Bandito. That's the problem. And 26, 29, bro, the age of everyone in NXT is so low. Like, it's just such a cope. This is cope. Dumb, statistically speaking. No, what statistic did you lay down? Oh, they're both 35. Okay, so 35-year-olds have never been in NXT. So you weren't crying when Samoa Joe was 35 in NXT, or Shinsuke Nakamura was like 35 in NXT. You weren't crying about that. You weren't crying when Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn, I believe, were in their 30s in NXT, if I'm not mistaken, right? Maybe late 20s, but I guarantee if I look up your tweets, you didn't have shit to say about that, right? So it's just keep the same energy, Suit. That's why you made the list, bro. You're a fucking fool. So moving along here. Teal Rhodes pipes in. So Cody Rhodes' sister. This guy goes, Cody Rhodes, Christian but no cage, says Cody Rhodes vastly overrates how much of a hand he had in the creation of AEW. Teal Rhodes says these people are like flat earthers, or the people that think birds aren't real. Birds aren't real. Frogs are gay. And there's black helicopters surrounding the premises right now. It's a grand conspiracy. You know, I've said this. I love when people like speak up and go, these people are like flat earthers. Go back to PWT episode fucking 12. I'm saying it's always conspiracies with these folks. It's always conspiracies with Tony Khan and Dave Meltzer and these folks. And I just love that it gets brought up now so much, right? Like I did a deep dive on the bots, right? Like back in the day, I went on illegal sites and I was like, look, the numbers, like I didn't show it on screen or anything, but I was like, look, the numbers for like, whatever, that's all old PWT shit we did. But I maintain that if the people who watch AEW illegally watched on Max and shit, you'd have way over 1 million for sure. But until that happens, you know, Dave needs to shut up about all that shit again. But yeah, I like that the conspiracy thing is just sort of people are like, why is it always conspiracies now? Yes, that's what I was saying. It's always conspiratorial. That's one thing that, again, because I was like not a rabid sicko though. I enjoyed WWE like the whole time where I was watching, where I was like, AEW's the best, and I like just had a Twitter account, and I wasn't even a sicko like to that degree, you know. And I was definitely more negative on WWE, right? Like dissecting it more early on and before I ever had a PWT Twitter or anything like that. You know what I mean? Like I was definitely critical of WWE, but I would always have it on. Like I always watched everything, guys, you know? So that's the fucking thing. For me, it's like, even when AEW's bad, I'm going to throw it on in the background. You guys know what I'm saying? I'm a fucking sicko. I'm a wacko. I guess maybe more so than some, because even some of the deepest sickos don't even watch every goddamn week. But one of the things that woke me up to like, oh fuck, man, these people are coping and the fans are hurting AEW more than anything, was all the fucking conspiracies, man, that would just come out about, like, even Tony Khan when he's like, I noticed AEW Dynasty missing the N is trending. Yeah, because they're all the fucking people are making typos. Like, people don't know how to spell, dude. They thought it was like a conspiracy. No. You guys got Dynasty trending by accident because someone doesn't know how to fucking spell. And that happened recently again. And we covered it on the show where they got everybody got the wrong name of the AEW show, or maybe it was an ROH show. I can't remember which one it was, chat. Someone will refresh my memory. Someone brought it to the show and was like, oh, they got the wrong shit trending again. And it's happened multiple times. And instead, like, I remember Tony saying, we have to look into social media activity because there's things going on there. We covered it so long ago on the show. And it's like, no, man, people made a typo. Everybody ran with the typo, got the typo trending. And now you're trying to act like there's like a bot attack on AEW. No one cares. Like, no one would care enough to do that. And there's more fucking bots that repeat the same shit plugging AEW shit than not, you know? So it's just funny to see Teal Rhodes be like, these people are like flat earthers and thinking birds aren't real. It's like, exactly. What's next? Oh, there's a serial killer on the loose. So, you know, people aren't going out to to watch the show tonight. But even though before the serial killer was a thing or whatever the fuck, you know, before everyone was scared of him, it only sold 1,000 tickets. But, you know, so again, we're not trying to kill a dead horse here, but DJ Vlad. So he got in the news recently for going at I'm going to check him a chat here in a second, but he was going at Booker T and Swerve and shit, right? And so DJ Vlad decides to go at Rosenberg. And again, this just shows how like DJ Vlad is just drumming shit up right now. I think he's looking at his YouTube numbers and he's sweating a bit, and people don't really care. People don't really like Vlad's interview style. He's kind of played out, I gotta be honest. Even though I invite you, Vlad, to come if he needs any insight on any of this shit, you can come talk with me and Gary if you want to, you know. I would gladly speak with Vlad on the show or whatever the fuck. But yeah, I think he's sweating because he's just like going all out, trying to like drum up beefs and shit. And this is actually like, I'm no Rosenberg fan. Okay. And I've talked about it on this show. Like, yes, my videos get more views than Rosenberg shit on wrestling and some of the other stuff he does for sure. You know, but Rosenberg works in TV and shit. But Vlad takes a shot at him. He says, for all the up and coming hip hop media outlets, look at Peter Rosenberg for what not to do. Same dead end, low paying radio job for 20 years, never got a promotion. Yeah, I mean, he gets paid, bro. That's why he's stayed there forever. And it's not dead end. Like, he works on TV, not just WWE. Like, he works all over in TV. This is just not a good take, bro. In fact, he got demoted when Ebro took the main position on Hot 97. Sometimes people take pay cuts and you do a job you love doing, and it's like, well, even my pay cut, I'm still making shitloads of money. This is still 6 figures. This is still 7 figures. You know, this is still around 6 figures. I'm going to keep doing this or whatever, right? Like, so again, Vlad, come on, dog. You spent the same amount of time doing the same fucking formulaic interviews with people. It's getting fucking trite. But anyways, he goes, spent 18 years uploading to his YouTube channel to only have 50K followers. Yeah, I mean, some people just aren't interesting on YouTube, bro. Most of the videos he drops gets less than 1K views. I mean, for 50K subs, that is pretty bad. But I mean, again, man, YouTube's probably just like an afterthought for him at this point, you know? Hated on every new media person who came in the game, formed no relationships with any of us, will ultimately retire broke and bitter. Just wild, man, to say about Rosenberg. Like, nah, dude, he works in TV and shit. Vlad, you don't. That's the thing, bro. Vlad doesn't work in TV, so he doesn't know that, right? Like, everyone knows, and I'm not like a Rosenberg guy. You guys know when he was announced as the commentator for Evolve, I was like, you know, I was like, not him. And he actually does a good job on that show. But at first I was like, ugh. But yeah, Rosenberg's like, oh, snap. Someone just sent this to me during commercial at First Take. Glad you're exploiting people on YouTube. Stuff is going well, man. Yeah. I don't know, bro. Even Adam22 just announced like no jumpers broke. They're like going out of business, or that won't be allowed. Like that whole like what Vlad and Adam22 do is just people just are over that shit, I think. Neckbeards again with Follow the Revolution. So Konosuke Takeshita, Swerve Strickland, Chris Statlander, Danny Garcia, Adam Page, Mariah May, Tony Storm, Darby Allin, Hologram, Ricochet, Athena. Should I continue, Josh? And so Josh Kennedy says the women's division is making stars. Tony hasn't made a single star in the company in 5 years. You fucking AEW marks are fucking great, man. Don't ever change. And yeah, this guy goes Konosuke Takeshita, not a star. Swerve Strickland. WWE blew him up, and maybe you could argue he's like elevated since going to AEW, but fuck Swerve, you know? Chris Statlander, not a star. Danny Garcia, not a star even in the AEW fans' minds. Adam Page, not a star. Mariah May has been elevated from AEW, not a star, but will be and when she goes to NXT one day. Tony Storm. Yeah, you mean that girl who, if she stayed in WWE, would be like in the main event picture now and everything still? Like she was just being propped up to be a main event player just in pro wrestling in general because she's fucking great. That Tony Storm? Yeah. Yeah, bro. Okay. Darby Allin. I mean, I wouldn't say he's a star. People don't know who he is. Hologram, not a star at all. Ricochet, a WWE star, a guy more popular for shit he was doing in Japan than what he's doing now. Athena, definitely a WWE star. Definitely has been diminished since going to AEW Ring of Honor. So yeah, this FTR guy is literally delusional. Like lives in a complete and utter. Like I don't even believe him. You know? Like, I think this guy's fucking lying, I swear. Fire! Checking in with chat. Sorry to keep you guys waiting here. 626 for 5. A short time ago in a reality far, far away, Sicko Wars, episode whatever, a new dope. So many fools. Whatever I say. I'm fucking everyone throwing the Roman numerals around now. Fuck it. I got it wrong the one time and I'm never again. No. A New Hope, So Many Fools, episode 4. Or 6 or 7, whatever the fuck. But for 626, my friend, if you're trying to do the omnibus, bro, just go find all the fucking videos with Meltzer on the thumbnail, okay, brother? And thanks for being here, dude. And thanks for reaching out. David Carradine's Closet for 5. Jesus Christ. Bandito supports Vaccair's abuser. So that suit simps him is telling. Bandito supports Vaccair's abuser. Bro, you know, I don't fucking know what that means.
I don't know.
Like, are we going to dive into that? We could. I don't know, brother, you know, and I think I said the A word too many times on YouTube. Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 17. Samoa Joe. Oh, what is that? Like his twin? Oh, no. Samoa Joe is the oldest NXT champion. Yeah, dude. No one cried when him or Shinsuke or anyone else went there. But this guy's going to cry. Suit's going to cry now because what? It's people who left AEW. Stay hydrated, friends. We're chugging water. We got iced coffee. Okay. So, moving along here, we want to trudge through these sickos. We want to get through these. So AIR Gold goes, there are 7 black wrestlers. It's so funny too. People think he's from India, like an Indian, because he's like, I'm Indian. That's what he told people. He's not Indian, guys. He's Indian like I'm Indian. That's what we call ourselves. I'm sorry, okay? Every Native American is like, I don't know, bro. I grew up in Canada. I grew up in reservations and shit. We call ourselves Indians and shit. I don't get offended by that. Nobody I ever knew got offended by stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So, but I'm sorry if I offended you. Shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? I don't care. I'm Cree. I'm Migma. You can go check me out on fucking Evil Doses channel. I talk all about that stuff. But listen, that's what he meant when he told people I'm Indian. He's a Canadian native guy. Okay? That's what he is. So, just so everyone knows, like this guy's like WWF Junkies, like the India boy fighting for their rights. And Junkie, you know, I know people like him. This guy blocked me because he's like, I will delete my account if CM Punk returns. And I tried to tell him, I was like, Junkie, don't bet this because you're wrong. Punk's coming back. He's training hard, bro. He's training really hard for a comeback. Somewhere. It ain't going to be in the Octagon. It ain't going to be in AEW. So where's he going? WWE, don't fucking post this stuff. He posted this. I'll delete my account. I went, yo, delete your account, Junkie. Fucking blocked me. But he goes, the India boy, kind of racialist, fighting for their rights. It's not Indian, guys, okay? He's a native guy, like a Native American, what Americans call Native American, okay? Just so everybody knows and understands that, right? So they're making like India jokes at him. It's like, first off, not cool. Secondly, you got the wrong shit. You got the wrong thing. So now you're just fucking, you know, people catching strays. They didn't do nothing. AIR Gold dragging the great nation of India. I hope Great Khali comes and fucking chops this guy for AIR Gold, for fucking brain squeezes him, gives him the knuckle twister, you know. So, again, Suit Williams earlier, he's like, oh, you know, people kiss ass, and I bring to the Fed, and I bring Josh Barnett up as an example. Well, because he goes at some sickos, right? So this guy, Emerald Dracula Flosion, says, Fed influence really killing my hype for Bloodsport this year, but I gotta hand it to them. This one ain't it. Ain't gonna lie or something. I don't fucking know. Josh Barnett goes, the Fed doesn't influence. They offer and or I request. I don't use everyone that is offered either, and I don't always get who I request. All bookings are my choices. So you guys talking shit are talking shit to the fucking War Master. Do you understand who this man has fought for real? What this man has done for pro wrestling and mixed martial arts in general? And you fucking sickos are going to sit here and talk shit to
Stupid
fucking
idiot.
Drives me nuts, man. So Tony Khan confirms BJ. I think I used all my BJ. It's after. It's not even noontime. No, I don't have any left in the chamber, dude. I think I said 4 or 5 of them earlier. But he confirms BJ's thing, but he doesn't confirm it. Tony just goes, well, that's we'll just listen to what he says. He's like, yeah, I mean, that's around what I heard. Okay, so he's not denying it just because him not denying it, then it makes it look good. Like, okay, I wouldn't deny if somebody came and was like, if I was Triple H even, and they're like 10 million people are watching on Netflix, I'd be like, oh, that's amazing. I'd fuck it, you know. So Tony doesn't know the numbers, according to him, according to Dave Meltzer, according to Conan. Meltzer told him.
Conan.
According to Conan on K100, okay? Meltzer told Conan that what BJ Bethel said in that 500,000 number is incorrect.
Conan.
So there you go. Fucking keeping it 100 right now here on PWT. So, yeah. I don't think it's legit. And even if it is, someone just prove it, please and thank you. And then I'll go, good for them. Really good for them. That's astounding. Amazing. I want, you know, let's look at where the interest is being garnered here. That's absolutely incredible and good for them. And And I would just attribute it to the shit I've been putting over. Well, they have been focusing on core guys, a lot of ex-WWE people. So, you know what I mean? If you want to see Lashley and Ricochet and Moxley and Jericho and shit, I mean, those are guys that if they went to WWE, people would be like, oh, they're back in WWE. You know what I mean? If Lashley went back tomorrow, everyone would be like, that's awesome. He knew the Fed's the place, you know? So I would just attribute it to that. But you know, Tony doesn't go, it's confirmed. All Tony's ever said to anybody is that he doesn't actually know the numbers and he doesn't get told them. And same with Meltzer has corroborated that. And those are names we can put to the thing, unlike BJ Bethel, who just said a bunch of shit. Anyways.
Thanks, Tony. Courtney Rice with Women's Wrestling Talk is up next, followed by Jim Varsalone with the Miami Herald.
Bodes really well for us, and it's very exciting news and a great report for AEW and Warner Brothers Discovery, which is such a great relationship. You know, in addition to being able to have our show.
Thanks, Tony. Courtney Rice with Women's Wrestling.
So, yeah, he sort of here, let's read what MJ says. How curious. Fightful Select has selectively edited their audio of the media call today to cut out Tony addressing the viewership question. Oh, yeah, that was the point. There's a conspiracy afoot, a real conspiracy. No, but again, man, it's always projection, right? Want to play conspiratorial? Look at this. They edited out for some reason Tony addressing the viewership thing, because I just don't think it's true. I think anybody who's actually has a real source can confirm. So look, dude, the GOAT is back. Titan J. It's the Titan J era, folks. And he's here with Maxine Dupree. He photoshopped. He hasn't gone away. The sickos haven't run him off yet, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, and he's here with Maxine.
You fucking mark!
Fucking hilarious. Moving along here. Anthony D'Antoni de Blasi says, if you had children, would you ask a convicted SOer if that's okay that they are around him? Someone actually asked Chase and Rance this, and his response, you're good, by the way. The person who outed him was a concerned citizen, not a troll, jackass. And so if you guys want to hear the most in-depth coverage of the whole Booker T, Swerve, Vlad TV, Chase and Rant situation, myself and Grapple Vision, who's been covering and, you know, he makes documentary style videos. My good friend Gary Von Erich, he came on PWT podcast episode 91. It dropped yesterday or like 12 a.m. I think we dropped it midnight, PWT. But go and check that out, or it'll be in clip form like this week coming up. You'll probably hear clips of it if you guys want to wait. But I implore you, go listen to the full thing, and then you can listen to the clip later, because some of it you're like, oh, you got to kind of, there's a lot to digest and take in, and some of it's tough. You're like, oh, to listen to. But yes, Gary Von Erich, Grapple Vision, he breaks this all down, and he makes great documentary style videos. He's been, you know, he got like Jason Rance's mother was under his videos commenting shit, arguing to Grapple Vision shit, and with people under there in the comments, and like we cover all that. It's incredibly insightful, so you want to check that out. However, let's read this. So Chase and Rance says that gotta do all of my I's and cross all my T's. Gotta dot rather all of my I's and cross all of my T's. I am so busy and have a lot of work. Let something small slip through the cracks, and a troll taught me. What? I'm great, though. Thank you, everyone who reached out. Training resumes Monday. So this is because he got arrested on the 2nd for violating all of his shit. So on the 3rd, he's like, oh, man, everybody, thanks for looking out for me. You know, training resumes Monday. I'll be celebrating my mom's birthday this weekend. And then Chasen says, also open house before our live event Saturday, April 12th, and admission is on me. Chasen then corrects. He says, troll got me, in case anyone was confused. Thank you again. And then this guy, Turbo, Man2 Gangster, says, hi, Chasen. I want to bring my family to one of your shows. Serious question. Are you allowed near children? I can leave her with her aunt if it's going to be a problem. Stay strong, friend. And then Chasen goes, you're good. Thank you.
You what?
Man, there's some real fucking dangerous... Sometimes, man, this is what I say. Like, sometimes you see some people online, and especially in the IWC, and you go, these people are allowed to, like, drive cars, operate machinery, be responsible for other people's money, have children. teach and so, you know what I mean? Like it's fucking crazy, bro. World's a wild, wild place, man. And I don't know if this guy with the epic butthead emoji or rather picture is trolling or not, but god damn it. Ugh, you know, you get the heebie-jeebies, man. So in a little bit of funnier, lighter stuff, okay? Here is El Mizmizimo. And he hits the CM Punk Cero Miedo. He makes like a soccer kick. I don't know what this is, but I put it in the Sicko segment because this guy's clearly a huge wrestling fan. He hits the Cero Miedo after scoring this goal. And then he does like the jerk off on everyone, like the whoa, fuck you, you know, like the splooge toss motion. So I was like, it's gotta go in Sickos. Let's look. I don't know if this is like indoor soccer. I don't know what this is.
Pipe. Pipe. Que golazo!
So he hits a Cero Miedo. I mean, like, that's just awesome. But then he hits him with like the gadoosh. The gadoosh. So I threw it in the Sickos at the end. Y'all see that? He hits him with the gadoosh. Oh my god, that's fucking terrible. But that's hilarious. At the same time. Zero fears, right, my friend? So Peps Wrestling, who's typically, I believe, like a huge AEW fan, goes, Tony Khan maybe is the worst booker alive. I'm the worst booker alive, right? If he was Lil Wayne, Lil Tony. And then, yeah, late bloomers. Everybody wakes up at some point. And some people, too, some people got mad because, listen, they didn't get mad, but I got DMs and some people were, you know, sort of rebutting back because like JD's getting all this praise for going off. And all I said was like, look, man, we can't fucking praise. We can't like just blow JD and all the big platforms for pulling a Drake and seeing what all the the smaller platforms were doing and then running with it on their big, huge platforms. Like, guys, don't ever forget, JD blocked me. Now, I have no feud with him. I would have him on my show. I'd gladly go on his show. I think we'd have a laugh. I think it'd be a fun time. Even before, when I was blocked by him, I still maintain that. I don't shit on Samantha Irvin now because she blocked. I'm not a pussy, okay, guys? I don't care. I don't know how I made someone feel one day or whatever, but remember, man, Sala Monster, all these guys blocked me, and then they unblock me when Sala Monster hasn't, but JD unblocks me now when he's saying the same shit I said a year and a half ago, going on the same fucking rants I started when you know what I mean? So, yes, I get praising the people who now have the biggest platforms. And I'm the one who defends JD and goes, look, everyone wakes up. And I think it's good he woke up, you know? Everybody does wake up. But just the praise some people are getting for like, it's like, man, calm down. These guys ran from these discussions. Now that I argued with all these sickos to the point where I try my best to just post and ghost. Now that me and fucking neckbeards had to and Awful and shit had to fucking, and maybe Awful's not a good example because he legit just wants AEW to die. So, you know, but for some of us, like, we had the arguments so y'all didn't have to. We raised these points, and now that it's safe, it's like people like Trump made it so now you can make like fucking gay and trans jokes again, so everyone's doing it now again. Well, now it's safe. You know what I mean? So it's like, that's all I'm saying, right? It's easy now after the road was forged, you know, but I'm also not, because there's people like Kev Castle who came before me, who like said shit that made people maybe uncomfortable, and maybe people didn't agree with those opinions, but god damn it, he was standing on business and it got popular and stuff. But here's the thing with the Soup Boys and all them, right? They lend hands to those below them. You guys have no idea the type of people like Kev, Draper, Mish, Joe Numbers. These are really good human beings, just behind the scene, agree with them or not on every fucking thing about wrestling, you know? So, you know, you don't see other people doing that, you know? You don't see a lot of like JD didn't do that. He blocked everyone out who was saying the shit. Now he agrees. Now where's the hand? Like, oh, hey, Phil, I did the same rant you did a year ago. Why don't you come on the show? Or why don't I come talk to you or something? There's none of that, right? Whereas like Soup Boys, they lend the fucking hand and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I would say I would contrast that too and go, my criticism stands where I'm throwing it out of JD, you know, but not to shit on him. Not shit on him at all. And I think it's important that he's now woken up. But the extreme he's gone to so fast, it's like, come on, bro, you still... You know, like it's so easy to be like, fuck AEW, I hope it dies, when Awful Wrestling has like 14,000 followers. And it's like, well, look, there's 14,000 people who are like, yeah, AEW's that fucking bad. That's pretty crazy. That's like Brendan Schaub has over 120,000 people in a subreddit that makes fun of him in his podcast. I don't even think he has that much subs on his actual channel. You know what I'm saying? It's like, that should tell you something, you know, like the direction shit's going in. But it's so easy now. Like now it's safe to be like, year 6, fuck them, you know. So I think we should be praising the soldiers who like fucking really were like holding it down for a long time, and or like maybe who were newer on the scene and were like, hey, this shit's fucked up. Meltzer, like I'm getting blocked by Meltzer and JD. So what does that tell you? You know what I'm saying? Like before any of this shit, and not even for being a piece of shit. I don't go out there and like troll and harass and fucking call people gross names unless they start that shit. If someone goes like, you're a brainwashed bitch or something, it's just off with their head. I go nuclear on you and I don't relent, you know? But that's just because like you're being gross first. Like go look at me, have exchanges with anyone else where they're not like calling fucking people brainwashed or WWE tricked you. That's the shit where it's like, no, you need to be brought back to reality, you know? So I get the ruthlessness on that end, like from some people, but yeah, like I wasn't under Meltzer being like, you dumb bitch, here's a fucking flute, you idiot. Like I never did shit like that to Meltzer, you know? I didn't even roast him or go, he fears facts and stuff. He blocked me way before then. And it's because I told him, I just pointed out a flaw in his logic of thinking. He was saying that, of course, Ariel's going to shill for AEW or for WWE. He's friends with Nick Khan years ago. And I said, well, Dave, you're friends with the Young Bucks and Tony Khan and Hangman Adam Page. So, of course, you're going to, using your own logic, right? Blocked me. Boom. There you go. So, yeah, but again, this isn't a burial. This isn't the trial of JD, but I'm just saying what I got to say, brother. Speaking my truth, as the gals say these days, right, fellas? So Baydala says, why are we still doing the whole ratings viewership numbers again? So again, these fucking stupid idiots, it's okay.
Stupid idiot.
If BJ and Tony and Dave want to run around the numbers, the key demo, it's all good. But Switchblade crunches numbers and all of a sudden it's like, why are we still doing this, right, guys? No, you goofball. Streaming numbers are the wild, wild west. It's insanely difficult to pinpoint actual viewership numbers. Right. So then keep this same energy when Dave Meltzer posts lies. And don't say, oh, I'll get confirmation from who I talk to. I'll text Tony and see, man. Don't do that game, right? Yeah, so I just went off on the JD rant. This is what it is right here. So 13K, 168 likes. Again, it's not, I just said, look, he's saying this stuff because it's safe to say this stuff now. Now it's safe to say it. Okay? Now it's safe to say it. When I post a video that's like, and I'll still do it, motherfuckers, you want to call me a grift? I posted a video that said Gail Kim returning to WWE, got like 400 views. And I'm still going to post them. You know why? Because I'm going to talk about and clip the stuff that I think should be fucking showcased on my channel, that I think should be important. I don't clip sometimes I scrap shit out when I go, people, this might not connect. Or I go, I have to insert this if I think it'll connect. Even if it's a flop. That's how you know it ain't a fucking grift. Okay? Period, point blank, period. Okay? It takes time for me to clip some shit out where I know it's going to get 300 views, where it's about Gail Kim and AJ Francis. No offense. Right? But I still fucking do it. Okay? So now if you're just like, well, let's just hate on AEW because people will sniff that out, bro. And I'm not saying that's what everyone's doing. Monster, I mean, he's fed up though. I'm going to give Solomonster credit. He blocked me a long time ago too. I think I did say one of his takes were trash, but that is what it is, right? And you're allowed to block whoever you want. This isn't like they blocked me, fuck them type thing. It's not that at all. But I think a better person, and this person still has me blocked, by the way, to show as an example, to say like, look, here's where someone's really like, yeah, you're fucking up if you can't impress this guy. I would say it's Solomonster. All right, so let's look at what Solomonster has to say about AEW currently. Tony, and this whole Moxley dynasty, Moxley retaining.
Khan and this company have completely lost the plot. Absolutely, completely just gone. Goodbye. They if they haven't learned,
they lost it so long ago, Solomon.
By now, with this, they'll just never learn. You just keep repeating the same mistakes over and over again. If he's content to do that, that's fine.
Okay, so you repeat the same mistakes over and over and over again, right? So a year ago, I said they're going to repeat the same mistakes over and over and over again. And then 2 years ago on Twitter, 3 years ago, people, neckbeards, before I even had a PWT Twitter, was saying they're going to... You guys get what I'm saying? So it's fucking real easy now to say this when it's like Moxley has literally clipped the balls off this thing and they are doing half the viewership they ever did, maybe even less, you know? Fucking real easy to say that. And it's real easy when there's one of the worst storylines ever in Moxley and we're all fed up now. Like everyone's to the point where... You know, but the problem was that y'all fucking defended and gate kept and blocked for a long time when people tried to point this out. But now it's okay when you guys woke up. Now it's okay when you guys are saying it, right? And we should all praise that. I don't know about any of that. And maybe I'm going off, and I'm sorry if you guys like these other guys. I'm not dissing them. Please still watch my show. Hopefully I don't hemorrhage subscribers or anything. But I keep it a fucking bean here. Always have and always will. So
I do think it's offensive to your fans, though. Honestly, to have a show that goes this late and give them a finish like that is such a slap in the face to the audience that it's almost inconceivable to me that this is the same company that has branded itself as being fan-friendly, and Tony Khan, the ultimate fan himself, that I have to believe he does.
When have they been fan-fucking-friendly, dude? They don't listen to the fans ever. Never have.
Does this intentionally because he wants there to be this kind of reaction.
And when they listen to the fans with the swerve thing, he still pushed it off until he could make it like, well, it was my idea. That's what Tony does. Athena, you get over on your own. Ring of Honor. You have to make Tony think it's his idea, or else he won't run with it, man. He doesn't care about fans. If he was a man of the fans, he wouldn't make people go to these big ass buildings where parking probably costs more money, or if the parking's free, you got to walk across this big ass parking lot to go into an empty, vapid building where the vibe is off. It's all dark and glib and there's no energy in the fucking room, and you got to buy fucking $12 beers at these big stadiums for convenience for me. That's not fan friendly. When have they ever been fan friendly?
Wants people to talk about his company no matter what. All publicity is good publicity. If it gets people talking, if it gets people emotional about it, right, in his mind, it's a good thing. I genuinely, honestly,
and the shit I just said, I stopped saying it for the last fucking 2 years. You know, I stopped saying it because I said it so much already.
Genuinely don't see how this can be viewed in any way, shape, or form.
But I'm not hating on anyone for waking up later. What I'm criticizing was the gatekeepiness of it all in the beginning. For you to just then wake up and agree with Phil? What the fuck? You know? Come on now. I was spitting back then too. Come on, dude. And I went off on this last Raw. That's the other thing too. I'm already pigeonholed. You look at any of these, like, you're going to see when we look at Tony Khan's, everyone's response to this Shibata Moxley match. Anyone who's like, oh, I can't wait for this match. I'm already pre-blocked. People I've never even seen in my life. And, you know, if they heard me ragging on Raw like I just did this last Raw on Monday, they'd fucking use that and go, look, even Phil hates Raw now, but they won't even listen. They just want to be in a bubble. You just cannot challenge their thoughts. But then when they come to these epiphanies, then it's okay all of a sudden now it's all good, right?
As any kind of positive for this company. I genuinely don't. They see this as a long-term story. By the time Jon Moxley maybe drops that championship in Texas, this story will have been dragged out for 9 months. Can you?
Yeah, but you at least they did a story for 9 months, good, bad, or indifferent. At least Tony is not doing the normal thing that we're used to, like him just very. And again, too, what's the story? This is my problem. What's the story with Mox? He's just ripping through opponents. The story is what, though? That's my biggest problem here. So it's not that this has lasted so long as much as like it's lasted so long, and what's the storyline? Mox loses the belt, and then the Bumbleclot clan, they just break up and whatever. Okay, but like why? Why is he doing any of this? What's I need to bring AEW back to what it was. Well, you haven't at all, And like, what's the like, who are the characters? Oh, Darby was beefing them, and then he dipped out to climb a mountain. Then he's just going to come back and beat Mox. And it's just like, okay, that's awesome. But we should be telling stories here, man. We should be like having, betrayal, anxiety, losses, but not just like in the ring. We should have like seeds be planted, different characters, like not just Edge coming in and then getting beat, and then now what? Edge is just done trying to save AEW. He's like, oh, fuck it, we'll just fight for the trios belts. Well, I guess that, okay, maybe they're fighting the Death Riders, but then they now it's just FTR like are beefing with Edge, and they don't care still that Moxley tried to kidnap them twice, and they don't care that Moxley murdered the Rock and Roll Express or whatever, and they don't care that Moxley's still invading the company, and now the Bucks are back. That's not more of a reason for people to unite. And I'm not saying like the whole company needs to go on halt. However, when you have this sort of invasion thing going on, you have to have like, it's got to be us versus them, more than it's like, okay, we have all these understories than just over here Mox is, and all of this stuff is sort of confined, but people can get distracted from the bigger purpose, especially when the Bucks come back. That's when it's like everyone's got to unite. Where's Wardlow? We need all hands on deck now. We need to rid these guys, like AEW versus the Invaders and shit, like, but it doesn't even feel that way now. They're just like, oh yeah, Moxley invaded, but now he's just in his own little storylines, and it's only who he's attacking at that time. People have a problem with him, and people just forget, like FTR just forget, and they're like lashing out on Edge for what? Like Moxley and them still fucking kidnapped you, and you still haven't gotten your comeuppance. Like he still did all that shit to FTR, and they never redeemed themselves at all. They never won the tag belts. They never won the trios titles. They never fucking definitively like put a stamp on Moxley in a way where like maybe they didn't get the world title off him, but they beat him in a blood and guts, and like FTR pinned him, but he still didn't lose the belt, but goddamn it, whatever, or something, like they didn't come up with any way where like they just basically got beat, cucked out. Sorry, YouTube. So did Edge, and then they just move on with each other. So it's just like, yeah, the story, it's not even the story. It's just Mox comes in, his new gimmick for 9 months has been, I'm like a neo Yahtzee guy who's invading. And then that's been his gimmick for 9 months. But it's like, what is the story from point A to point B? I guess Moxley drops the title and we find out what's in the briefcase, or like he drops the belt and then what? Like Darby wins it, and then what does he do? We're bringing it back to old AEW again. Like, what is the end game here? Like, what's the story? What's the what sacrifice do the heroes have to make to take Moxley out? Like there's nothing there for me to go, here's where. You know what I mean? Here's where you got me hooked now. It's just like match to match. Oh, Swerve jumped off the balcony and stomped Moxley. Amazing. And then he came out dressed like Static Shock and said, fuck Booker T. So incredible, right? But Mox is still champ. But I mean, like, this story, man. What's the story? That the belt is lost? I don't get it, you know? I really don't get it. And that's the biggest part that really irks me. So we're spending a lot of time in Sickos here. Let's fly. We're almost done, guys, I promise. So I screen grabbed this shit and went, this section of the IWC is fucking cooked, bro. And like, man, people putting way too much shit into Grok. This is what drives me mad. Have you gone mad? It's like, dude, Grok just takes everyone's tweets and we're all a bunch of dumb fucks. And then it just throws it into like a blender, blends it up, and then spits out like a ransom letter note, you know, a ransom note with magazine clippings of like ideas or whatever. But anyways, Gabriel Salazar says Grok agrees with JD. He has been spot on majority of the time. Dude, if Grok agrees with you, I don't know if that's a good thing. Grok also said the claim he made, which I made the comment under, has no evidence to back it up. And now these fools are arguing about what Grok thinks. It's a machine! What are you talking about? Jesus Christ. Anyways, he goes, bro, you have time to delete this shit. Yeah, shout out the Deliverits for just encouraging people to delete this madness. And then Grok goes, based on recent examples, JD from NY is likely right about AEW 76% of the time. Oh, first he was over there. Now he's over here now. Oh, little boy blue. He needed the money. A gabagoo, right? Pokédex fucking Grok. Grok Dice Clay. Andrew Grok Clay. He nailed Soraya's exit and low attendance, under 3,000, but his claim of fake streaming numbers on Max lacks evidence. Many of his takes are opinion-based, making accuracy tricky to pin down, especially on April's Fool's Day. So, continuing along, this guy goes, Grok cooked you. And then Jersboy Sin says, Grok gave me 100% accuracy on my AEW comments, and he got a 67. Oh, no. The future is cooked. Sure, we're done. Send the fucking asteroids. We're done.
Thank you. Fuck you. Bye. Boom.
Oh, we're done. We're so done. Oh, my God, we're done. That Boy Truth says, this is just a lame LMAO. You really that butthurt? Goofies. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That Boy Truth certainly told the fucking truth, man. Keo goes, I mean, Grok did just say he's more right than he is wrong, didn't he? And this guy, you're a weirdo. The guy with the name MW1188471, you're a weirdo. So funny, man. This is wrestling fans right here arguing about what Grok thinks about what JD thinks. We're fucked. Society's doomed. So Jason Solomon, who still has me blocked, goes, LMAO, fuck this company. Seriously, fuck him. And then Awful Wrestling goes, Jason has left the cookout chat. So Anti-Woke Wrestling, which is one of these guys who's like, everything's woke, man. Right? And then he just has all these cringe bad takes. And I'm checking in with chat. We're almost done Sickos here, I promise. Anti-Woke Wrestle goes, Roxanne Perez and CM Punk are most definitely hooking up, man. If you've ever been, and listen to what this fucking guy, this is what I mean too. These idiots always expose themselves, right? So he goes, if you've ever been in a relationship in your life, you know the signs, Illuminati, man. Oh my God. And it's like, no, if you've ever been in a relationship in your life, then you know that you're wrong, you fucking crazy guy. He tags Becky Lynch, snitch tags her and goes, Becky Lynch, you should have stood on business. You've been around these secret societies and see how these WWE role models really, he didn't say secret societies. I added that part, man, really behave behind the scenes, man. CM Punk is nothing but a predator on these woke young, he didn't say woke either. I'm adding that. Young ladies, man, change my mind. The truth is out there. No, listen. I get they ruined movies with like messaging and all that shit, and it's cringed. But to be anti-woke wrestling, it's like, calm the fuck down, dude. But yeah, I don't even know. That was just funny. No comment on that, I guess. Puto Takagi says, this was my first AEW show in like 18 months. I'm pretty sure this guy has me blocked too. This Puto Takagi guy in like 18 months. Between my ticket, tolls, gas, parking, and a soda, I probably spent close to $200, right? Now, listen to what this guy has to say, because we talked about it live on the show. We're like, dude, the train stopped running. We looked it up. Okay? We looked it up in Philly. The last train was running. Fucking Swerve sitting there going, fuck Booker T, while the trains aren't running anymore, right? So this guy here goes, I drove 90 minutes to get here, mostly flying, and now I got to drive another 90 minutes back at 12:30 a.m. I was very likely going to All In. I ain't buying shit now. And I'm just telling you, man, the fucking fans wake up. This dude said the price is wrong, Tony. And I'm telling you, man, is this guy just an old, disingenuous podcaster, Brian? What am I, Dave? Or am I just an old, angry podcaster who didn't foresee the future? I'm telling you, bro, they've never been about the fans. They've never been about the fans. And when they put these tickets on sale, people are trained now to know, don't buy them right away. Buy them on the walk up, because then they're $3. But what does that do? It trains people to then not buy them at all, because then they forget. Out of sight, out of mind. Okay? So again, Bill, don't miss, man. We do this constantly. So, BJ Bethel. BJ, I barely know her. BJ, I barely know. I emptied the clip at the start of the show. But anyways, BJ Bethel's sources is a live Wrestling Observer radio chat on YouTube, which we covered, right? So, F4W, like BJ's source basically was F4W in a chat going, it's like 500,000 or whatever. At least that's the joke. That's what MJ from NJ threw out there. And then Follow the Revolution goes, and you put all of your energy into false attendance numbers at WrestleMania every year. You always say, I want AEW to succeed, but fill in the blank. You are the same ones who complain about AEW daily, so why get upset for something you don't care for? It's just embarrassing yourself. Sorry. Now that's scumbag behavior. Funny how hypocrisy works. But it's funny how you are being hypocritical because you don't enjoy AEW and you are getting upset over something you don't care for by saying, and yet you put all your energy into false attendance numbers at WrestleMania every year. So again, this is the game all these sickos want to play. And this is what social media has done to people. It made motherfuckers think that just project all the fucking time because you're just gushing out all your feelings and thoughts and everything. You're just putting out every brain fart, that used to be put in diaries and fucking put in bottles and sent to sea or whatever. You'd give it to a pigeon in fucking George Capture's day. It'd fly across. No, top mod, top pod, buddy. I'm joking. So, you're complaining about WWE. So it's always good for me, not for thee. The old saying, the old saying of PWT, right? For the sickos. And it's again, it's always, I pointed it out earlier in the sicko segment. It's okay to think this way when you think this way, but then if you think this way, the same way about another thing, or if you think this way about something I don't think this way about, then it's not okay to think that way. Right. And it's so fucking gooberish. You cannot live your life. That's why, like, I crack jokes at myself, Fence Sit and Phil, because I try to give every perspective, man. You have to do that, right? If you're just being, and then I give my own take, whether people like it or not. And that's how you got to approach it. You can't fucking live life expecting people to fold to think the way you want them to think or whatever. So this guy here spends all day blowing AEW, and that's okay. I don't understand why people think it's all right to just, like, here's the thing. Ebert and Roper used to fucking give movies thumbs up and shit. So I don't know why people think it's okay for people to just put shit over. But then when they give you thumbs down, it's like, oh, fuck Ebert and Roper. That's what everyone wants to do. They want to, like, get mad at the critic when the critic fucking doesn't like their shit. But then when the critic goes 2 thumbs way up, spectacular, phenomenal, then they want to fucking put that in the movie trailer. And it's the same with AEW. I can give you a direct example. Alfred Konuwa goes, NXT getting Hulk fucking smash. Jason loves smashing that NXT ass from behind, right? Pretty much. Like, he's just, every week it's fucking Dynamite destroying. Whoa, you what, Phil? No, but like, destroying fucking NXT. And Tony Khan's putting that in commercials for Dynamite, airing them during SmackDown and shit. But then when Alfred Konuwa pulls the Fast Nationals and goes, damn, this show's falling off, here's why. Now everybody, they want to kick him off the site. They want to fucking, now he's a shill. He's a fucking phony. How dare he turn his back? That's why they're so mad at JD. Because he was like, oh, AEW's fucking amazing. That's why Monster, they're going to go off on him. Because, they were like in the fucking cult, and unable themselves to see it another way. And then once you switch and say the shit, they come after you. Like, literally, Tony will come after you, you're pulled off the Hog Show, right? You're fucking, now Alfred Konuwa, you're kicked off the thing. You can't use our wrestler graphics anymore. You got to just type the names into Google now instead of, we're going to inconvenience you just because we did a bad rating. And you got the Fast Nationals, and then we're going to try and discredit you and disparage you and say you're a fake and phony, even though you work for fucking Forbes, for this magazine, at least for long enough to where, and you have and like, come on, man. People talk to Alfred. Come on, man. If you guys only knew. And so, yeah, I don't know. That was our fucking very long Sicko segment. Psychoanalytical Sicko segment of the week, ladies and gentlemen. Let's check in with chat. Round of applause for that one as well, too. I went in there for like an hour on these goddamn Sickos, right? So round of applause for your boy, Phil. Plenty in pixel art for $14.18. Wow. JD is fun, but his rage is a bit too much for me sometimes. Yeah, I mean, that's cool. I think it's funny when he starts yelling like that. I get a kick of when people lose their shit. I do it sometimes too, when you really need to drive a point home. So yeah. Shout him out and shout out what he does. This wasn't like a fuck him thing either. That's not what I wanted it to be, but I got the gift of gab. I ain't gotta bite my tongue, I'm never gonna do that. And how I feel, because I was directly blocked. Like, well, what did I do? What was I doing? And then I get unblocked. Weird. And now you're saying the same shit that I've already saying. So now we see eye to eye, and it's okay. Let's have that discussion on the air. Let's do it. I will present that, and I won't be like, fuck you, man. And we just fucking, that'd be cool. But no, none of that though. Just Swan Man Hunter gifted a Pro Wrestle Clips. Yes, guys, remember, you guys can gift Pro Wrestle Clips.
Are you sure about that?
I am, and we have a couple allegedlys here.
Allegedly.
That I'm gonna just say to you guys, okay? Because if Hughesy's telling me, it's like if he wasn't on Ireland time, he'd just come on the show and tell you guys. So I got a couple good ones for you guys too. Yes, you can gift memberships. You can become a member for 99 cents. Super chats are welcome. If you're on X right now, consider coming over to YouTube and hanging out. Even if you don't, just hang out with us in the YouTube chat. It's where you can chop it up with everybody. Swanman Hunter for 5 says Tony would rather keep Mox happy than the fans. Simply, he has no backbone. That's exactly it. He let Moxley walk around without a contract and their world title before. He'll do it again. So that'll never change. These people he admires, like Sting and shit, Sting doesn't have to lose. you know? Tony was going to give Sting the fucking world title even. And then what? He was going to just vacate that instead of the tag titles. That's what was going to happen, guys. Just really do the math on that. He asked Sting to win the title. He said no, and then Danielson said he'd do it, right? From Swerve, I believe. They were going to put Sting over Swerve, bro. And then what would have Sting done in his retirement? He would have just vacated the world title and not the tag titles. So that's what Tony was literally going to do, man. He doesn't give a fuck. So that would have meant Punk walked out as champion and without losing the real world championship, and fucking Sting would have walked out as world champion. And he let Mox, without a fucking contract, have the belt and then come back in and be like, oh, yeah, we should squash fucking. And Moxley said all that to his wife, right? So, man, he's running it like how the old territories used to do that shit in the wrong ways, like behind the scenes with the politics and the. It's way more politicky in AEW right now, for sure. Lincoln Hawk for 2 says, Phil, I'm going to block you just to fit in. Yeah, do it. Jump on the train now. Because apparently it's the in thing to do, right? No, the problem is when you say the truth, Lincoln, people get fucking like it just, it's can sometimes it fucks with people, a little bit. And like, yeah, you got to take it in. And like, man, go in my YouTube comments. If people don't think I get it, man, go in my YouTube comments and see what people say to me. And the ones that don't, the ones that YouTube automatically blocks because people are losing their shit. And I'll go look in there just to see. And it's like insane. That could be a whole member show where we just go in there and we should do that for a member show. We're going to do that for a member show. Okay. Andre Adams for 5 says Bucks built like they waited for their grandma to leave so they could raid her closet for Wednesdays. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Andre Adams. Yeah, it sucks that they're back. You know what I mean? They got go away heat, to say the least. They always creep in when things seem to be turning around a bit, and they're just in time for those big double or nothing and all in paychecks. So again, people want to complain about part-timers. No one's more part-time than the fucking Bucks. They just come and go as they fucking please. Getting paid NBA level deals, unheard of in the business. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Let me check in with chat. George's alert. What's the alert? Oh no. Oh no. He's giving me the Iggy, guys. He's giving me the Iggy. I refreshed the stream on the Clips channel. 97 likes. Ladies and gentlemen, joining me on the show, Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild! Yeah!
Fantastic. Do they do karaoke on the Jericho cruise? I would karaoke a Jericho song on the cruise to Jericho. It'd be amazing. We're at 102. See, some people save the like for Jericho. So we have to do new rule, like 100 for no Jericho, but then if the other wackos, Jerichoholics, run it up to 150, then it's like, okay, we lick Jericho off or something. We'll figure that out. He's so damned bad. I love it so much. Stop playing that ish, bro. It really irks people. It's all good. Okay, so we head over to AEW news. I'm not asking you, chat. We're just doing it my way or the highway. My way or the highway, just one more time. Swerve is just jealous Booker T got a song made about him by Bad Bunny that outdraws anything he's done. Fair enough. Mute. Okay, is his name Elboo or Ebu for real? His name Neckbeards, his name is Ebu with an I, but I call him Elbu. It's the fucking joke where you put a W in front of someone's name when they're winning, or you put an L in front of someone's name. Like I'd be Lil if I took an L, or I'm Will if I am putting up W's, right? Will with an H, right? Will. So Elbu, I call him Elbu because like you can't Ebu, it's not like Labu, right? That wouldn't be, I mean, I guess you could say Labu, but I just go Elbu because it's like, it just is, I don't know, what would be the word? Phonetically? Sonically sounds better. I don't know what, I don't know. Go to someone smart's podcast for answers, God damn it. But yes, Will Wheaton, right? I'd be Will if I got it. Yeah, Neckbeard, I know a lot of people don't get it, but yes, it's Elbu. Right, and not elbow. Some people like will call him elbow, like like X and stuff, and it's like, yeah, I just report the news. I don't make it up. Yeah. So here we go. Here's some quick little Tony Khan funnies just for the sake of it.
The Greek Freak!
Right. Here's this famous one.
What I would consider a lot of chatter online, negativity in regards to the product. And obviously, you're just coming off a brand new television deal. You're going to be on Max. You're going to be doing all this stuff. Do you guys have at least a strategy for next year to try to combat a lot of this negativity that festers online and is basically done for almost monetary reasons to basically
his faces, and he did it again.
You know, basically bring down what you guys are doing when you guys are literally, you know, having in regards to,
oh, you know, you're great, you're just amazing.
The money, your best year that you've had since you've started. Just like I said, I just see it online, and you know, it's difficult. It's hard. It's hard to watch if you're a fan of AEW, to just see again a lot of the negativity in regards to, you know, and it's bad faith negativity as well. So
I think there's
I fucking love this company, dude. Holy shit. Just to refresher, right? Like, you know, we wanted to have a good laugh tonight, so we need to be reminded of a lot of this stuff. So here's Tony again. Oops, I did it again to your heart.
Super happy ending. It's not, you know, it's a longer story you're trying to.
And this guy's asking the same type of well, you know, it's a long story. You know, I know it's great, but I did a whole bit fucking last show, but you know, it's like, oh, you know, this is so amazing, and I know you know it's amazing, but like I know other people might not think it's amazing, but it's amazing. But like, you know, and but like I didn't really like this though.
Thrilled, super happy ending. It's not, you know, it's a longer story you're trying to tell. But do you ever consider or sort of changing the plan? Like,
what the fuck is wrong with it?
Calling an audible, in other words. You know, you're looking at like when there is this
oh my god, and it's so funny too because these people asking the questions fucking stink, and he's about to answer the shit, right? He's about to answer the shit, and then this fool keeps bumbling on, dude. Holy shit. I bet this is the same guy. Neckbeards is in chat tonight. Is it the same guy or not? Confirm for us.
Large sense of people not being happy with
I know, you know, if anyone knows.
something. Like, do you take that into consideration, or is it just you're going to
absolutely? I take that into consideration.
Okay. Thrilled.
Oh man, fucking just stellar, bud. I love that. Oh no, why did I remove that? I'll hunt it down again. It'll be out there in the wild. God damn it! Someone tag me in that one again if you guys see it or have it handy. I didn't mean to remove. Just force of habit, right? Julian Week says, dog, this is crazy. So here's a chart from WrestleNomics. Now I know the way I got the screen set up. Actually, let me see. No, guys can see it perfectly. So AEW average difference in estimated tickets distributed compared to previous visit to the market with the same event type. Okay. So I'm no mathematician here. But what this chart reads to me is basically everywhere they've gone, except for in quarter 2 of 2023, they were up 5% ticket sales one time. or distributed as well. So that up 5% could have been they're about the same, but then Tony Khan, that could have been the one where Swerve was hanging out with the baseball guy dancing in front of a car wash or whatever, handing out tickets, right? That could have been any of these shows where there's like 2-for-1 burgers, at Arby's. If you fucking buy a ticket, if you buy a burger, you get 2-for-1 tickets or whatever, So it could have been any of that where they also bumped up the 5, not to diminish it, but I'm just saying, like, if we're looking at every other quarter, it's like it was probably even a little closer if you factor. I don't know if 2023 is when they started doing those giveaways and shit in, but quarter 1 of 2025, they're down 28% of tickets distributed in markets with the same event types. Okay, so again, ask Thirsty Thurston or MJ from NJ, someone smarter, to break that graph down for you if you want it done more on a technical level. As far as I go, I'll just say fucking knew it. Like, you don't got to tell me, bro. I see the buildings. I know they went to fucking Cincinnati with John Moxley not long ago. They sold like not even 1,200 tickets. He's their heel world champion in his hometown. And they've gone there and done shows in Ohio a bunch. And they do that one and they don't even draw 1,200 people. Like, trust me, we know. Rob Van Dam says the worst part about AEW is the internet wrestling community fans that are so ignorant. However, he's talking about AEW fans. No DQ try to spice it up. So they're like, well, not us, of course. But and shout out No DQ. I mean, we've all been fans of them since back in the day. But RVD had this to say about AEW fans and the IWC, but mostly fucking AEW fans, okay?
I didn't bash AEW. I wouldn't bash AEW. And it seems to me by far the worst.
And his hand's to God, dude. His hand is to God.
Part about AEW, and I hope this quote gets picked up, is the fans on IWC. The fans are so ignorant. Here's what I said. I'm going to say it again. So if it hurt to hear it the first time,
I love whenever, you always just see Katie Forbes in the background doing shit whenever Van Dam.
You're going to hear it again. I'm going to tell you what I did say, okay? My whole career in ECW, even before that, the matches that Sabu taught me were garbage matches, which included all the weapons and gore and
even Sabu, he's all scarred up and shit. He would jump at the barbed wire, but he would always use weapons as like, he always innovated with them. He always incorporated it more into his arsenal rather of like moves rather than like, oh, I'll jump off the chair to the outside. This asshole is using barbed wire, whatever. But Sabu was always, and yes, he did the silly like flaming ropes matches and shit. And that was sort of his gimmick. But all the stories like are there of Sabu being like, no, these guys are garbage wrestlers and shit. Like everybody's told that story. He was a fucking hater on a lot of the ECW guys, even Sabu was. And you got to remember that. And Sabu was very like innovative with how he'd use weapons for the most part. It wasn't just like hit a nail bat into your back or whatever.
Had wrestlers that didn't even have to know how to wrestle to be in the match. Okay, those have always been at the bottom of the list of my favorite matches. That's my opinion. If you don't think I have a right to say that because I was in ECW, so here's the thing: those matches, especially the ones that have like thumbtacks, glass, fire, fish hooks. And when they have the competitors in there that don't do a single wrestling move and they don't even have to know how to wrestle, quote, to me, that's not wrestling. The more AEW does things like that, like the John Moxley spiked bat thing, and I think that they're heading in that direction more, and I think WWE is heading into more like old school WWE storytelling in the ring and less of let's stick a knife through someone's cheek, burn their house down, go for shock value. The more that they seem to be two separate styles, which I'm fine with, the more I personally would rather have RVD the wrestler associated with WWE. Now, if you
why the fact he even has to explain this like this is absolutely insane. You know, shout out RVD. Again, one of my all-time faves. You know, another guy who, when he won that world championship, I could not fucking believe it. You know, it was just one of those guys where there was a couple of them, like when Edge and RVD won, those were guys where you were like, finally, you're like, oh my God, they actually are going with them, you know?
If you heard that and you still feel like I'm bashing AEW, you need to check yourself. You're way too defensive, because I'm not. And I'm not even bashing that spot. I don't like that spot. And then, but the people don't understand. The fans are so challenged that they hit me with things, you know, like, well, if you did that kind of stuff and you're saying you don't like it, you're a hypocrite. That's not what a hypocrite is.
Yeah, it's not at all. Like, even if Van Dam did a spike bat spot, he's not hypocritical for saying, I don't like to do that. Right? It's like, ask a plumber if he likes going to people's houses and plunging shit and dealing with their poop all day. I'm sure he doesn't particularly like that, but he's got a family to feed or whatever, right? He went to trade school or whatever. So yes, like you do shit sometimes you don't want to do. That's in every job too. Hey, you're on the fryers today. You got to empty the grease. You got to empty the shit in the grease trap or whatever. You got to go to the grease bin today. It's your turn. No one wants to fucking do that, but you just got to do it, right? You don't get a paycheck. That's the point. The fact, it just, God damn it. You know, the fact Van Dam even has to explain this to motherfuckers is insane. Moving along here. So here's Fumble Tony, which I love. I love this awful. I don't know how you made this. Maybe this is AI. I don't fucking know, but this is definitely getting lifted for a thumbnail. No, I'll ask him first for sure. But this is great shit, pal. Right there. I don't know how the neon lights. That's my vibe. You know, that's the PWT vibe, is that sort of aesthetic. So I like that. The neon, the pinks, the blues, the oranges. I like that. But anyways, and then the glasses. They should say dunce across them. No, I'm joking. So the death of AEW collision rating. 300. Sorry, I'm looking off screen for a second. Collision rating 335,000 even, and a 0.08 in the demo. The demo's falling off. The demo god, dude, it's falling off. Oh no, it's falling off. The demo is falling off. We knew this would happen too. When Tony Khan talked about, like, oh, I met up with all these older guys when I was a kid, right? And we covered that the last show. The people he was meeting up with, those are the people who are into that, like, old New Japan and the death metal, like the shit you could only get on YouTube and stuff for like a decade there, until AEW came around and until like wrestling and streaming became more like prominent, you know, and you could like really access wrestling. People were doing like weekly YouTube shows and shit, right? There was like a decade there where it was, you saw clips on X, or you had to, like, a friend had a New Japan World password he shared with you, and then, you know, or people were still like ripping matches and fucking they'd upload it to YouTube, and then New Japan would strike them or whatever, right? Now you have companies that just exist on YouTube and shit, right? That generation there is skewing older, and they're the ones who like AEW. And you're going to see all the young people are like, WWE's cooking. Because let's say AEW did get some younger kids into wrestling and shit, they're looking at WWE and they want to be a part of that. I think the numbers don't lie, and that's some of the proof in the pudding right there. Although the key demo, we don't get hung up on it, but Meltzer's always like, oh, and then he uses the lie. So when the key demo was up on cable, he's just like, oh yeah, you know, it was up, the big boost. And I think it's because he starts attributing it to like AEW shit. And then when the key demo's lower, this is what he did before. Again, as we chronicled on the show, Dave Meltzer was like, what did he say again? He said, oh, the young people are watching on Max, right? It's in the vault somewhere. I got so much Dave in my brain, I had to like go into different fucking boxes, right? Different lock boxes in the brain. But he said the youngsters they're more likely skewed over watching on Max. So now he's just going to say, well, the young people are just watching on Max. They're not watching on TV. But then when it was high, after he said that, they were higher because of that big lead-in from like the fucking basketball or whatever. And then he's like, oh, I mean, he was like attributing it to AEW shit, you know? Like why the key demo would be higher and shit. We covered all that already. I don't remember the exact details. You guys go back, watch the show, or find it in a clip or something. But anyways, thank you, Awful, with the ratings there. So this guy here, well, okay, no, let's do Tony Khan announcing this Moxley match here, okay? So first, he announces Moxley versus Shibata, and Tony says, after the Ops intervened in AEW World Title match at Dynasty, today Katsuyori Shibata has issued a challenge for a one-on-one match versus Jon Moxley. This match is set for Dynamite tonight. So, okay, Moxley murders people, runs away, kidnaps. He's like a coward who hides the belt and is like, it's in a briefcase. Actually, it might not even be in here. And all of that stuff, but he's just accepting open challenges. Now, it's not for the title. Okay, who cares? He's just like accepting a fight. That's even worse then, because at least a title match, the excuse can be like, well, he has to do it, you know, or they'll just strip it and it doesn't matter, you know, and they'll just like present someone else with a new belt, which is kind of what they should just do with this story, to be fucking honest. Then you just have the new guy unify them or something. But anyways, because like what at the end they're just going to present like Darby with his own version of the AEW world title. It's going to have like emo paint on it the way Jack Perry did that one belt. But anyways, yeah, so Shibata, like why would he take a fight against Shibata for non-title, especially when he's like this, yeah, I just want to bleed and have matches again? Is that the gimmick now? Or I thought you were like running away and we're off in the desert and kidnapping people and stealing stuff and running off in the crowd. And I don't know, man. It's just really bad. It's really bad. So Tony gets cooked in his own comments. Bizarro Babyface says, random roster members can just issue challenges to the world champ. Why? And why wouldn't anyone be doing this? I mean, yeah, anyone can get challenged in wrestling, but I get it, though. For Mox's character, Bizarro is where we should go with that, right? Because I think Cody Rhodes challenged Carmelo Hayes. Now, that was the champ challenging someone. But, yeah, I mean, anyone can get challenged and accepted in pro wrestling. But here's the thing. For Mox's character, it makes no fucking sense, which is the key thing. But if you want to go there, too, hell yeah. You know, I'm right there with you. I'm with you on this one. Who cares about this match? And then this guy tags a bunch of people. Another Dynamite filled with random matches, which are bathroom breaks. Yeah, because this is new to 2025, bro. Like, come on, man. This has been this way since like the pandemic era, guys. They started doing this. Okay, like, come on, tagging JD and them. Another Dynamite filled with random matches. Okay, matches with no meaning. Rampage on Dynamite. Yet you guys are the bad guys according to the AEW Tribalists. Ugh, God. Yeah, there's some about me that's flipping. Awful. He's fucking... Because I know how he feels too. And he's right there with me as well on this. Like me calling out kind of like, man, stop fucking praising these dudes for being 3 years late, you know? Fuck, man. It's craziness. Yeah, they're the bad guys now because they went, hey, look at us. We're going to be bad guys now. That's how it is, man. It's not like they really risked anything, right? Now it's abhorrently obvious and everybody already had these arguments and fought these battles and slayed these dragons. So again, not trying to be a hater, but everyone wakes up when they do, but Jesus Christ, just the perception of people. Anyways, Mike Mayer says, what the fuck is this? People can just issue challenges to face the world champion 3 days after a pay-per-view. I like Shibata, but he's done nothing to warrant this at all. Chaos King of Dominion. All right, what are we actually doing here? Matches just for the sake of matches? We will not be watching. Tony Khan does not know how to book anymore. What the hell is this? And then this guy has me blocked, but like he's just saying Jack Perry beat Shibata at Wrestle Dream. No. This guy, why are you booking random matches? What has Shibata got to do with Mox? Okay, well, they sort of explained that last night because the ops ran in. So now instead of FTR and Edge running in and having beef with the Moxley clan, now it's just the ops run in and have beef with the Moxley clan because storytelling, dun, 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 right? Because that's the level of elementary. That's how we tell stories here in AEW. Yeah. Nav Streak says, I feel like top heel world champion shouldn't just be fighting someone because they throw out a challenge. A world champ got to have some sort of aura. Feels like it's earned to fight the top guy. AEW blog, of course, goes, holy shit, I'm blocked too. Yeah. Holy shit, LFG, fire, fire, fire. And then posts like, professional wrestling, whether you agree or not, these two put on a classic. So this was 1 year ago, I believe. Or no, this was yesterday, actually. But yeah, he's like, holy shit, let's go. Of course, AEW blog is super excited. Fair play, effing, I'll be tuned in. Bring back the win-loss records and the power rankings. You can't. Tony can't manage that. That requires actually like planning and thinking out your booking. Like more so than, more so than just the storytelling. You have to literally sit there and think out like, okay, but if this guy wrestles every week, then he's like 104-0 by our final pay-per-view of the year. We have to fucking figure this out. Tony, God bless you for giving us this incredible bout on Max. Retro grave prod. Like, this can't be a real, like, I feel like some of these people just can work their way into jobs. I think that honestly happened. And the age of the internet has allowed people to do that. That's why grifting does exist, right? Like, it's just a term that gets thrown around at everybody now. Yeah, AEW might have the most beautiful heavyweight belt going. Unfortunately, we never get to admire it because it's stuff in a briefcase. I know, exactly. Like, people are like, oh, Harley Cameron's super hot and cuts great promos. And Tony Khan's like, I know, let's put her in a mask and make her not talk anymore. And then everyone can agree AEW's world title looks fucking gorgeous. And he's like, let's put it in a bag. Let's lose it at a steakhouse again. Fuck, man. So just a flippity flop. This card is a flippity flop. You guys have to tell me how it is. I'm not really paying fully attention tonight here. Full attention, rather. Kevin Knight was asked if he felt a certain type of way about being asked to do a WWE tryout. Like, what the fuck does that even mean? Kevin Knight was asked if he felt a certain type of way about being asked to do a WWE tryout. What does that mean? So Wrestle Pierce go on to say, I understand how this business works. Or pardon me, this is Kevin Knight said this. I understand how this business works. And WWE is a machine, and sometimes it may be a bubble, so they may not know exactly what's out there. So I didn't take it as disrespect. What the fuck? So they're asking him, like, did you feel bad about them asking you to do a tryout instead of just bringing you right to NXT? That's how it fucking works, man. Who the fuck is Kevin Knight, bro? This is the fucking problem, dude. You don't get to just be like, you don't get to just like be friends with Ospreay. He's 28 years old, man. So this guy's damn near 30. Probably has been putting time in on the fucking indies and stuff. Right? So he's a former 2-time IWGP Junior Heavyweight Tag Team Champion, okay? He's made appearances in MLW, Game Changer, TNA, and Ring of Honor. So he's an indie guy. So who the fuck would he feel some type of way? And I'm glad he doesn't feel any type of way, but what kind of, I don't know. What kind of question is that, bro? Like, I just had Ben Bishop on the pod. It's like, Ben, did you feel a type of way when they asked you, because you wrestled Nick Nemeth and Top Dollar and fucking all these big names on the indies, and they asked you to do a tryout? Does that offend you? Like, what the fuck? Jesus Christ, man. Like, why? I don't know, man. They just like people trying to drum shit up. But this is a great answer from Kevin Knight. Shut him up. I really like this kid. I think they shouldn't have given him that Ospreay match. That didn't do anything for anybody. Literally just diminished Ospreay. Didn't do shit for anybody. But yeah. Anyways, He says, so I didn't take it as disrespect. Good. If anything, I took it as a challenge just to show what I'm about. Boom. Okay, this kid gets it. He's going to go far. And hey, he's 28. Get that, Tony Khan? Let's say he signed for 3 to 5 years. Then you go to fucking WWE, man. Do that tryout, make it work. Just get that, get that bag, dude. Get like over $1 million over the next like 3 to 5 years. And then just, hey, dude, I'm out of here, I think I'm retiring. Well, they definitely do now. When I walk through those doors, I make a statement anywhere I go. That was a great experience as well. I'm glad I got to do that, and I got to meet a lot of people in that company. It was a great learning experience. I didn't take any slight to it. Fucking A, man. Shout this guy out. I am a fan of him thus far, but he did not need to do that match with Ospreay. Like, how did that help him? Oh, he got in front of eyeballs with Ospreay. Yeah, but he just got beat. There's a method to the madness of like getting someone over. UFC as well learns this the hard way. Like, they bring these prospects in and they just get them beat right away. And it's like, that does a lot. Not everyone's got to go on a Goldberg run, but there's ways to do this to where that kid could have made a way bigger impact. Let me check him with chat, and then we have our final segment here where this guy does a Moxley breakdown, right? Andre Adams for 5 says, I bet the dude that was questioning TK was twirling his hair and his fingers. Oh my God. Oh man. He's like, I know this is great, but I didn't like it. That's pretty much what it was. He's like trying to tiptoe tap dance around him, being like, well, this was shitty and we didn't like this, but we know it's good what you're doing though, and we know you're a good booker and you're trying to tell a story. So fucking cringe. Dashing Purple, sorry, I've been in and out, really tired. Just became 35. Happy birthday. Happy motherfucking birthday. Happy birthday. Let's see. This Dynamite will be lucky to hit 500K. Will Aubrey ever get color? Once, yes, she will in her career. I promise it. If you get that on the regular, I'm moving. Also need to get Dublin again for Redhead Day. The UK is slightly closer than Texas. Okay. The Ops is almost as stupid of a name as Cope. 6 stars. Check again. I bet he did. Liv Morgan Revenge Tour. Okay. Let's get into this. Yeah. Hey, man. Happy birthday. That's fucking amazing. You got a couple years on me there. Okay. So I had to bookmark myself here. And this guy, I'm not hating on this dude, right? He crunched his numbers. He did his thing. So he goes, but Moxley's his profile pick. So he's skewing his way. So I didn't say, says at Relax I'm Talking. Says the ratings breakdown for every announced John Moxley segment since Wrestle Dream a thread. Let's shut some people up. This didn't shut anybody up, bro, because I'm going to just dismantle this here in a second. But October 16, 2024, Mox is in the opener, 766K viewers, okay? So the opener of every AEW show does the highest rating. Always. Period. So y'all tried this with Orange Cassidy, and then it got debunked when they put Cassidy in other parts of the show, and the ratings fucking tanked. But y'all tried this when Tony Khan opened every single show with Orange Cassidy, and y'all were like, oh, the ratings, whatever. But if you want to go anecdotally, I mean, look, their viewership peaked there right after this one pay-per-view, whatever, like however he's trying to spin this. And I appreciate the effort. And this is good data to have on Moxley. So I'm not knocking the effort or anything. I'm not calling this guy a stupid idiot or anything, but that you could just erase that with what I just said. Okay. But whoever you put in the opening is going to have the highest rating on whatever the show is. Okay. So November 2, 2025, Mox gets highest viewership, gaining plus 9K in the key demo for his quarter. Let's see that. Good shit. See, they got a bump there. What did they do? Fucking Garcia was there and shit too. But again, though, we're going to dismantle this because here's the problem. What this proves, because here's the thing, right? How many people used to watch Collision? How many people used to watch Dynamite? How many people? So these numbers now, year over year, if this guy had said, look, Moxley spiked this number, but year over year, that quarter hour is down 48 fucking percent. Like that quarter hour year over year has been down, like is down incredible numbers. All of this shit is okay. And you maybe this one was even up for the average years or whatever. If he also included that information, then you'd go, okay, this guy's approaching it. But to just go, well, look, man, 300 and what's the average on this? 350,000 people, let's say, watch this show, right? Okay, but dude, that's the people who watch AEW no matter what. Like you have people tuning in who are already like these are AEW fans who are already have been turning AEW off over the last how many years? If you look year over year, people are turning AEW off more. And you're getting down to the core people who just watch it all the time. And so what this indicates, if we're talking 2024, what this indicates is people who've been turning off AEW, some of them will tune back in to fucking watch the Mox shit, right? You've already whittled it down. Now, if they went, look, Mox in 2021, like his year over year, if you did that, it's a non-existent, like this argument would look so foolish, you know? Taking subtle victories like 11,000 people watched. That ain't it. Like that's not going to get you where you're trying to go. You know, with these types of arguments, you know, I'm so sorry. It's just way too like, how do I explain this? It's like a moot point almost, you know? It's just such like it's not anecdotal, but it's like yeah, you guys get what I'm getting at. I think moot point maybe is the way to put it. It's like irrelevant almost, you know. So November 13, questionable marketing with the Mox seizes the Superstation when he's doing the Yahtzee stuff. Questionable marketing. Okay, where's Swerve yelling at fucking Vlad about this? So, sorry, I need to read what he says. I hate looking at these charts here. Questionable marketing, but did gain 70K in the middle of the show. Again, good shit if that's what he's doing. Again, year over year. Now for Dynamite, the last how many years to get like 700 and some, that is actually good for Dynamite. If they pop over 700K, where I'll maybe give you that one. Okay. Fucking people threw on Dynamite to see what this crazy asshole was going to do. But then how mad were they after the show? And how many people stopped watching coming into this year after that happened? Because it didn't live up to any hype whatsoever and people clowned it to death. Even AEW fans. Like this is some of the stuff here. You guys have to remember during this Mox era, a lot of sickos have been waking up and being like, fuck this. So while he is explaining this, people are tuning in for the shock value for a minute and then they're going, fuck this, you know, ultimately. But okay, I'll give Mox that one because at this time they're 2 years deep into like posting 700,000's like a victory for them, you know. So like, okay, you know. November 20, the go home beatdown angle on OC gained 60K viewers and 32K in the key demo. So let's see here. Where was the beatdown though? Where it spikes here, I'm assuming. I'm just oh no, post-match in the 6-minute overrun. No, it didn't gain because it's because of whatever. Look how terrible that's under 600,000. This is what I mean. So under 600,000 people are watching this, but he's like, well, look, it got a bump. Yeah, but that's the overrun, you fucking idiot. So people are sorry, I didn't want to call this guy an idiot, but just I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. I didn't. Okay. No, I do like this guy in the math he did. God damn it. Listen, it's an entertainment show, pal. No, this is just like now you're getting like, come on, bro. You can't claim you're crunching any sort of numbers when you're doing this. A 6-minute overrun. What show is on next? Bar Rescue or something? You know, what shows are on there? Barmageddon, you know, the Go Big show or whatever. So that's a non-one. You can't count overruns or lead-ins or whatever. Moxley Collision promos in a random Q3 is the highest rated on the show with 323K viewers. Show takes a nosedive afterwards. The highest rated segment, 323. Okay, he popped the rating for AEW. So what you're proving, right? Because the average for AEW, like they have the last 90 days trend here, so it was way below trend, right? So for the people who are watching AEW, right? Because you look at the numbers before this. So Moxley's shit's getting the highest ratings, but this rating, if you look at the chart that he showed before, the numbers like 100,000 people less are watching this fucking show. Now, you could argue that Moxley's the reason for that in the same vein, in the exact same way you're arguing that he's the reason shit's spiking. Maybe for like Uber Ultra Sickos, yes, you have 100,000 people who aren't there, but out of those 100,000 Sickos who weren't here last week or who were there the week before, but aren't here for this show, a handful of them jump back in to see the Mox shit. That's all you're proving here, bud. It's not good. This actually is sort of an indictment on fucking 8. And then look at the ticket sales for these shows, and then tack that onto here. You might have just like fucked Mox up and made him not get a good paycheck from WWE when he tries to go back there eventually. You might have just blew up his fucking spot, dude. So he goes, here's an example of collision ratings when Mox is on the card. This is what it looks like when he's not on the card. So he completely tanks the show. So Mox isn't on the card. The overrun doesn't matter. Like, this is the lead-in, right? So we start from like after there. So we're still have those 100,000 who dipped out, right? And likely some of these are the lead-in. So he murdered this show, destroyed it, and left it. Is what you mean to tell me. That's all that shows to anybody. December 11th, show opener, 675K views. 0.19 demo, highest on the show, Q1. Again, the intro does not count. Big bangers do not count. Okay. And it did 675K, 100K less from the previous Dynamite or the Dynamite that you tried to cherry pick as an example of Moxley boosting the ratings. And why are we in December 11? Right? Hold on. November 20. Okay, so you did do them all in order. Yeah, dude. So again, we note this is all you proved, right? 100,000 people said fuck this show on Collision, and 100,000 people said fuck this Dynamite show after the Moxley stuff. That's literally what you proved. But this guy, he's biased. He wants to he loves Moxley. And this guy's epically failing this right here. And I'm not even a numbers guy, B. Right? Like, I don't even do this. I don't even break down these quarter hours and shit. You know what I'm saying? So this was his worst performing match of the run, but still gained 15K in the overrun. That doesn't count. That does not count. Okay? It doesn't count, bro. We can't use the lead-in and the overrun numbers. We just can't do that. I thought we were done doing that. So, yeah, this was his worst one. So, look, here's Dynamite again, another 100,000. So, here's the lead-in, another 100,000 jumped off a cliff. So, all you're proving is that every week, Moxley slowly killed the company by 100,000 people. January 1st, the first simulcast era, which means nothing because, look, the numbers are the same. Look at the fucking numbers, bro. So on the 18th, 2 weeks later, look, 519K for the fucking main event. Okay. They're at about 600,000. They have 596. They're at about 600,000 people watch this Dynamite. That's the true number. Look at how many people watch this. About 600K is generous on average. Under 600K watch this. So all you proved is Moxley killed this show by 100,000 fucking people a week for like a month per month. And then during the simulcast era, the numbers are exactly the same. And Meltzer wants us to believe 500,000 just returned. to watch on Max, Brian. Holy shit, man. All this guy did was just absolutely destroy
Master need to obliterate.
Just owned Moxley, bro. I'd delete this whole thread if I was this guy. Jan 8th, advertised this Cope Speaks segment. This gained 10K in the key demo. The YouTube video is over 1 million views. That's it? No. I'd kill for a million. I'd personally kill for a milli. Who wouldn't? But Edge and Ambrose, bro. Only 1 million. For context, Kenny's return happened this night. His video got around 5, only 500,000 for Kenny's return, pardon me. Why would you reveal all of this? Oh my god, dude.
Dummy. Yeah.
What? You're just hurting them, bro.
Shut up, bitch.
This is why I go off on like Meltzer, and these fucking fans do no favors defending this shit because they don't realize how bad they make people look sometimes, man. Oh my goodness. Oh man, you just buried Kenny to try and get Mox over in this terrible thing. And he gained 10K advertised, but you don't have the fucking chart, do you, bud? Because you don't want to show what the number was. He doesn't want to show that it was like 400. This is the Dynamite where 450,000 people watched or whatever. And so he goes to the YouTube numbers and buries Kenny. Oh, man. Hire Aunt Evans, Tony Khan. If you weren't fucking scared of the truth, he'd help you. So January 15, 2025. Oh, look, the ratings are back because they're back over 600K, right? Man, these people, we see right through you. Fucking relax. I'm talking. I like you, bud, for crunching these numbers. But all you did was give me a brilliant segment for this show where I get to basically, you did all this work for me for me to just explain how this shit's all wrong. January 15, 2025. John Moxley versus Will Hobbs is the highest viewed Dynamite main event of the Max era. They did 679K average viewers for the show. 611 people watched the match with a 9K increase in the key demo. The Q8 drop is because the match started at 9:55, so most of Q8 was ads. There's a built-in excuse for quarter 8. And then he uses the 7-minute overrun again for a little boost. But let's look at the show. It was the second lowest rated because of the overrun. Otherwise, Moxley and Hobbs was the lowest rated segment of the whole show. And this guy tried to Sicko Meltzer spin it. A 9K increase to people thinking that fucking How I Met Your Mother was coming on after. Okay? Brutal, brother. You just buried Mox. Jan 18, 2025, 12-man tag, a rare collision main event that gained viewers. 50K viewers in the main event slot. Look at this shit. A rare one, he said, main event that gained viewers. That's a problem, bro. So the show completely died, and then they come back for the main event. So, okay, maybe that's a good one. Maybe it's because fucking FTR was in it with Hobbs and shit. Who knows? I'm not going to completely undercut that one. But again, February 1, 2025, Mox Yuta versus FTR. The show went head-to-head with the Rumble. They gained 7K in the main event. The YouTube video has over 550K views. Oh my God, now you're trying to tell everybody that fucking Yuta draws more than Kenny on YouTube. Which is one of the best for Collision. And look at the ratings head-to-head with the Rumble, only 100. Look at these fucking ratings. And then there's a 2-minute overrun and he tries to take credit. Meanwhile, it was the second lowest rated segment on the whole show again at 177K. Oh my God. So all this chart proves is that when Moxley quote unquote spikes the ratings, he's just like retaining sickos who are like half checked out now, who are like 1 foot in, 1 foot out, but they're going to go watch Royal Rumble instead. That's all he's proving. Holy shit, man. It's fucking wild out here, chat. PWT's goated, man. That's why I do this thing here, okay? These just give me the greatest laughs of all time. So Feb 18, this match was in a weird time with Collision moving from their usual spot. The show is also following by the NBA stuff. So they got a huge lead in the opener. They did a great number in the middle of a Collision show on a random quarter, 453K viewers. But here's why he's not showing the charts for this one, because it just looks terrible. But they did lose viewers because of the lead-in bias. Yeah, the whole show lost viewers, man. People left their TVs on and shit. And then again, he buries them for the YouTube numbers. So just spinning the narrative. No charts for the weeks where it looks abysmal. He's just making shit up now. He's just like, oh, here, he's pulling a Meltzer. Oh, well, I mean, here's no charts. Here's just the YouTube numbers now. It's like, okay, then I'll compare that to a fucking WWE Vault number and they still crush, you know? Like now you're just completely shifting this to like, look at his YouTube numbers. Okay. Literally, what the fuck are you talking about? If we count WWE's YouTube numbers, you guys are fucked, you know? This is crazy. So this guy says, for a few weeks, Cope and I know that's a whataboutism of WWE, but again, like, he's just playing this. He's doing whataboutism, like, when the TV numbers don't favor him, when they don't favor him, when the TV numbers, don't favor him, he just quickly goes, well, what about, here's their fucking YouTube. See how good this is doing. And it's like, bro, that's not how you do this. So it's pretty funny. Anyways, we scroll along. I'm skipping this one because it's more YouTube numbers. So March 5th, not announced mock segment, but I think everyone, Cope versus Yuta post match, gained 90K viewers in the middle of the show. And look at this one, man. This shit looks like a Stegosaurus's back. It's like boop, 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 boop. So clearly something was on that night and people were tuning in and out. But again, now we're in the era of, well, since Mox started this shit, 300,000, 250,000 less fucking people goddamn near are watching this show. You know what I mean? So again, this doesn't help anything. March 19, Mox vs. Cope 2, 1.2 million YouTube views, 12 million shorts views. 12 million shorts views, bro. They did a 700,000 though. Okay, and then the rating just tanked after that. But again, he's going like, oh, look at these shorts views. Yeah, Power Slap 2 with the spiked bat, you stupid idiot. And I'm sorry, now I'm going off on this guy. Power Slap gets 80 billion. According to Dana White, it gets more impressions than the NFL and MLB and everyone combined.
Stupid idiot.
That fucking company's about to fall apart, bro. Okay, that's the dumbest sport ever, and nobody fucks with it, and it's completely stupid. So yes, this dumb sick where people see a guy like, okay, a fucking car wreck, a bunch of people are going to stop and look at that too. People watch bum fights. Go on those fight fucking channels on or Twitter accounts and look at the millions of views. Yeah, bro. And this is the same night they rolled out the Rizzler doll. No one's going to point that out but me. But your boy Phil. They rolled out the fucking Rizzler doll, and he's like, I'm cooking like Gordon Ramsay. Hey. Yeah, I can't play that song anymore, dude. I get flagged for it every time hard. Like, they flag me hard for that shit. Directly from them, too, like the Big Boom people, you know? So, March 26th, Mox and Swerve promo, 669K viewers in the middle of the show. YouTube has 670K views or something. So terrible, you know? So again, they just lost in the middle of the show. Yeah, that's more like just the true number, bro. That's like your peak right there. Right? Then they fell off a cliff and died. Mox Marina Swerve Willow started with 768K viewers, but you won't show the graph because it looks fucking terrible. God, this bias shit is gross. The point, Moxley has been drawing very well. on every announced segment he's done. And I just respond to this. I go, yo, all this proves is the people who watch AEW already like Mox, right? He's not drawing anybody new. He was heel world champ in the main event in his hometown of Cincy, and they sold less than 1,200 tickets. And that's the key thing. So I bookmarked myself here at the top of this thread to bring it all the way back. And I go, edit. This guy breaks down how AEW fans who are already watching AEW tune into see John Moxley. I meant to say into, but it corrected me. See John Moxley on TV and on YouTube, but he hasn't actually grown the audience and nobody new is tuning in to see him. So there you go. And that's just the fucking facts. If people don't like that, I mean, just here you go. Here's my segment. I just broke it down. What a spectacular segment. Another brilliant one, man. PWT's been fucking cooking. And an Ichi Nissan dog. So I'm going to check in with chat, and then we're going to do some WWE news, and we have Dave Meltzer tonight, folks. So don't touch that dial. Stay locked in here. And thank you. There's like 400 of you hanging out. I mean, this show is just getting bigger and better all the time, man. So we were hitting like over 600 on a couple of these shows. The one for the Dynasty went absolutely insane. We had like 600 people watching, and I legitimately thought we'd have like 180 or something, So round of applause for the PWT universe. You guys are fucking amazing. Mr. Noob for $2 says, compare WWE to AEW on Social Blade, and it's bad. I'm bad. I'm really, really bad. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. They need to hire someone like an Ant Evans. I mean, he fucking predicted that they were going to put moments in matches and shit, just like UFC does in the WWE Hall of Fame. And we are going to get Meltzer's reaction to that. I've been holding on to the clip for a while, but he just boo-boos on it. He can't be happy for Austin and Brett because he's a fucking mark. But yeah, for real, you're right, man. The Social Blade numbers are crazy. The best guys, Phil Marks. PWT's always cooking. Watched Bum Fights and Homestar Runner. Homestar was the shit. Same with Happy Tree Friends. You guys remember that? Bum Fights was a little hardcore. I got into the Kimbo fights. You know what I mean? Drawing flies. That's absolutely right. Lucy and Ken, both true. Let's see here. Sounds like AEW should change the name Dynamite to Wet Fart. Oh, shit. Emperor Ken with a funny. Oh, my God. In chat, remind me, I have 2 allegedlys for this.
Allegedly.
I'm just skinning really quickly. You guys are going nuts tonight. Chat's crazy. Wheeler Useless has entered the show. I refuse to watch. Yeah, you guys tell me what the Bucks do here, because I'm fucking I'm just distracted doing my own thing over here. Kimbo Drew, he really did. Happy Tree Friends is a nightmare. Ant Evans works for Maple Leaf. He's busy. Yeah, he works with Bischoff too. He's a busy man, but they have that connection with AEW there. So okay, guys, let's get into it. Yeah, Kimbo was a draw. Big time, B. Okay. Cooking pots like Gordon Ramsay. I do want to play the big boom shit really badly, man. I do want to play it because it is catchy. Daniel Nutcrager says, did I miss anything? Just woke up from a post-work nap. No, just a bunch of funny stuff. You'll catch it on the replay. Over. So youtube.com/@prowrestletimes, youtube.com/@prowrestleclips, youtube.com/@PhilMarksOut. Those are my fucking channels, you dummies. Head over to the Patreon, sign up for my Patreon. I'm dropping a clip with me and Awful, the uncut version of Charlotte and Tiffy. So controversial, WWE was watching, and they fucking pulled us down while we were doing it. And yeah, so that clip will be up on there completely uncensored and unedited and in its entirety there. And what else do I have to plug? Become a member. 99 cents. Super chats are welcome. Gift of membership. All that good shit. Check out the roundtable if you guys like to hear me talk about pop culture. I did a roundtable, M. Night Shyamalan roundtable over with Husey and Kaylee, aka Lucy Tightbox, and Who Are These Broadcasts over there, Christian. From Who Are These Broadcasts. So make sure you guys go and check that out. Amazing shit. We talk about M. Night Shyamalan and all that. It was amazing stuff. So I'm not a dummy. You're a dummy. No, you're a dummy, guy. I can't wait. And and I'm gonna go with Christian as well. I'm gonna be over there doing a show eventually down the line, talking about other stuff like South Park and stuff. South Park has a new season. I'm like the biggest South Park fan you guys have ever met. That's one thing I don't know if you know about me. That's why Moose Knuckle tickles me is pause, right? No Diddy, but his profile pic and stuff. So I'm the hugest fan ever, and they're dropping new episodes. One of them is apparently a new war. Like in the movie, the South Park movie, they go to war with Canada, right? And so in this season, apparently there's like a new war with Canada. I can't fucking wait. It'll be amazing. And I'll be uploading like watch-alongs and reviews and shit over on Phil Marks Out Patreon as well, but that's not fully set up yet. But anyways, let's see. Checking in. RIP to Kev Castle. Yeah, absolutely. RIP, man. This show's dedicated to him. And I was chopping it up with Mish, chopping it up with Joe. And shout out the Soup Boys, man. Those are good peoples, man. Really. Behind the scenes, you guys have no fucking idea. Drawn Together was sick. A fucking tremendous show. What a tremendous fucking underrated show. That was so out there and nutty for its time. But it was really good for its time, man. And I love that show. Actually, thank you for reminding me of that. I might do some with that with Husey. But I was here, the Mormon song from South Park. Dave says dumb shit. I hate this show. You hate this show. You tapped out, and you tapped out. Yeah, okay, guys. Okay, I'm done checking in with chat. Let's get into what segment is this? WWE news. We don't have too terribly much, okay? Already a 3-hour show, though. We've done spectacular. And flutes tonight. Don't worry. There are flutes coming. I just got to hydrate over here and shit, man. Ugh. And iced coffee it up. Oh, man. I fucking love iced coffee so much more than regular coffee for whatever reason. And I like both. I'm in the kitchen like Gordon Ramsay. Okay. Hydrate or dihydrate. Okay, guys. Breaking news here for WWE. So Ric Flair has confirmed that he won't be able to attend WWE WrestleMania on Busted Open. So we hear from him. We have his exact quote. Now, it's trippy because he's like, I will be there. And I'll be there. But then he was since informed, I guess he can't be there because of his contractual ties to AEW. So again, Tony Khan just has people under contract. Rita Chatterton, Ric Flair. Fucking, he just has people under contract we don't even know about. And it's so vague. We don't know like who's allowed to do what and why. So this will lend itself to the mass exodus from there, especially for some of these young talents, you know?
If there's anybody that should be.
Shout out LaGreca, Bubba, Busted Open, and Ric Flair. Woo! Woo's in the chat.
There to present that championship to John Cena, it would be you.
Yeah.
Like it somehow, some way you should be involved in what's going on at WrestleMania 41.
Well, I wish I could say that I was, but I'm not. And I understand why, and I'm not mad about it by any means.
Why wouldn't they want you there?
No, it's not. They wouldn't let because I work for another company.
Oh, the simplicity of you just being with another company.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought there was something else that you meant by that.
No, absolutely not. I'm sure I would be more than welcome. It's competition, which we've all agreed. It opens up more opportunities for the guys to work in that. But I would absolutely, if I wasn't working with Tony, I would absolutely be there. They couldn't keep me out of the building.
Do you have an opinion of what went down in the ring?
That's pretty interesting, you know?
Last Friday night on SmackDown with Charlotte and Tiffany Stratton.
Well, I have an opinion, but I don't really want to voice it. I can just say this. It's I don't know. It's very sensitive. I didn't like it, but wrestling's wrestling, and Undertaker said it best. The Queen came back and regained her crown.
I'm just surprised that that was brought up the way that it was on live TV on SmackDown Friday night. If there wasn't a conversation beforehand to make sure that both people were comfortable with that promo.
I don't know the answer to that. I would assume that there was no discussion of that before, but I don't have any idea, guys. I'm not.
So he said he would assume that there wasn't a discussion beforehand. Awful. Your take? No.
I'm not privileged to know that, but I
understood.
I would imagine that they probably didn't discuss that.
I don't think it was discussed fully, but that doesn't mean Tiffy couldn't have scripted out and practiced her lines, and they both knew, hey, we're going to go shoot on each other, kind of. Because people agree to that. Like Punk and Seth and shit, when they go out there, like Drew McIntyre, they've discussed, like, hey, I'm open season, like, we hate each other, and we go out there and, like, are we going to rehearse it? Or and I'm sure if there's anything too crazy, they'll clear it with each other. But maybe they don't anymore, though. And maybe that's part of Charlotte. Like, because Charlotte likes to go off the rails a bit, whether Awful likes to admit that or not. Charlotte likes to go off the rails a bit. And so maybe she was the one who's like, no, let's call it in the ring type shit. And then Tiffy's like, okay. So, and then she could have scripted and practiced her shit in front of the mirror a million times.
And who knows, wrestling, guys, nobody gets it. Wrestling is a tough business, and it's very personal, and things are handled a lot differently backstage now than they were in the 70s and 80s.
Yeah, so shout out Ric Flair, man.
If there's
okay, so Swerve got fuck you Swerve chance at NXT, which we're going to talk more about. I'm not going to review it, but we've got some Jordynne Grace stuff to cover, as you guys can see from the thumbnail and the title of the video. Fuck you Swerve chance at NXT. They were loud. Booker was laughing. He had it coming, man. And Vic's leaning into it too. Man, I saw Vic on a fucking, he was on like a house show back when I think he was doing ring announcing. Like he was the guy saying like making their way to the ring and stuff for a little bit. I believe on like the house show circuit for a bit, they were finding his place. And this was years ago, man. And it was like when he just first started there, And he was so nice. Like he was so fucking, like I was sitting right in the front and I just like, kind of before and after the show or whatever, you just kind of like, hey man, good job or whatever. And he was just so fucking nice and like chatting everybody up, but not a mark for himself. But here he is now. I believe Vic is like the future Michael Cole, in my opinion. Like I think he's the best. Like whenever Michael Cole goes, yeah, I'm hanging it up, Vic is taking his spot, and he's just the new guy who's going to be plugged in until for the next 80 years if he wants, or however long he lives, right? He's so good. He's so professional. Him and Book are great together. Graves is over here with a smile on his face laughing too, right? And yeah, let's listen to that again because they're chanting all hail King Booker, or like hail King Booker and then fuck Swerve or whatever. Let's listen to it again. Yeah, so that's pretty funny, I guess. He has it coming though. So they announced this and a bunch of people started melting down too. No one can be happy for shit anymore. So the Ugandan giant Kamala is getting inducted into the legacy wing, which is the same thing as being inducted, right? It's just like, are they going to have everyone's kids come in and do speeches for like an hour, right? here's the thing. At least these people are being brought in now and are being honored, and people are mad at this. But look at WWE World. You don't think they're going to have a legacy wing at one of these events, like when they set these things up for WrestleMania week and stuff? You don't think they're going to have stuff to commemorate them, and these people won't be remembered? And it's just so crazy. Like, I'd rather Ivan Koloff, Dory Funk Sr., and the Ugandan giant Kamala Harris. It's so funny. It's just so funny, the parallels between the names, guy. I can't help myself ever. But yeah, dude, I'm just happy that they're all being like honored in some way, that rather than not, and like they'll have their family there and treat them well and everything. And here's the thing. They'll be remembered in video games. Maybe there's a documentary about the Funk family that can come out now or something. Maybe you guys know, maybe there's like a Legends or a nostalgia deal that goes to the families that you assholes don't know about right now, right? Maybe like their kids get a fucking, hey, here's $500 a month or something. Even that, man, even fucking that can go in like a savings you give to your kids when they're 18, their grandkids or whatever. Maybe they have grandkids behind, or like grandkids as grandkids if you're Dory Funk Sr. or whatever. You guys get what I'm saying, right? It's so crazy. Even Bret Hart says this too. He's like, it's wild that, like, you know, Owen's wife wouldn't want him, like, his legacy to just be remembered the way it should be, man, especially with all the stuff WWE does with the, you know, the memorabilia and the how they present the history and all that, you know, and the tape libraries. That's what fucking Bret Hart even has to say. And in my mind, it's just like, it's shitty that, like, well, here, the first comment, why can't they just be regular inductees? Because this is why. You sickos, you fucking wackos will then cry and complain that the Hall of Fame was 12 hours long and people had 80-minute long speeches, and then you'll complain that there's too many people being inducted into the Hall of Fame, and, oh, this guy's speech was boring and blah, blah, blah. And then you guys will roast it on Twitter and take jabs at it. Fickle, man. This is why. Okay. It's not like their families won't be there. It's not like we won't remember them, you know, but I believe we still have Typhoon around to talk. We have Lex Luger, who's going to fucking stand up out of his goddamn wheelchair and accept his fucking Hall of Fame ceremony like a gangster. We're going to have the Game Triple H here to talk. Some of these people, it's like, okay, let's get their families out there, and, you know, and we have to start at the top. Like, is Terry Funk in the Hall of Fame? I don't fucking know if he actually is, but like Dory Funk should be. If, you know, Dory Funk Sr. should be if Terry Funk is. But anyways, shout these guys out. I'm giving them fucking a big round of applause here at PWT because... And let's acknowledge our fucking legends. And I'm dropping a bunch of F-bombs, but I'm riled up now, okay? Acknowledge me! I get riled up about this, okay? We shouldn't be upset that they're honoring legends. God damn it, you know? So, moving along now. This was the Raw on Monday. We did that already. So here is Jordynne Grace. Now, people love to jump on her because I guess they don't like her the way she is on X and Twitter. You know, I've followed her for a long while. I don't, you know, I think she said something about Benoit that pissed everyone off a long while. I think that was like right before I was like really into the IWC, to be honest, or had a, like, maybe I had a PWT account at that time, but it laid dormant for like a year or two before I actually used it for anything, you know?
I don't know.
So I don't know if I was around then or not, but she like pissed everyone off on Twitter a couple times. And I don't know about all of that, but either way, she went for a dive. And I want to defend Jordynne because, listen, man, Nathan Frazier did the same shit on Raw or on SmackDown with Rey Fenix. And when I said that, Awful tried to fucking shame me. No, I'm just
Smashed your needle.
He just tried to blow up my spot and be like, oh, you're going to blame that on Nathan Frazier, like, for having the stumble dive on Rey Fenix? And I'm like, yeah, dude, his knee caught the fucking rope a little, and he's a flippy guy who does that shit all the time. No one's jumping down his throat. But then Jordynne does the same thing, and everyone's jumping down her throat. Now, I don't think Jordynne the Juggernaut Grace should be doing dives. How about that? I agree with everyone who fucking agrees with me on that. We're united. Okay? She shouldn't be doing dives ever. Maybe like one time a year, you know? But that being said, that's not why she fucked up this dive, because she's a woman and stuff. Like, you just have everyone jumping on this. So you have Glenn Gilberti here, who's like, this is common sense. Females can't reach the necessary speed to do the suicide tope without catching your feet on the ropes enough of times to make it a safe move to execute. Feet on the ropes enough of times to make it a safe move. Okay, Glenn, come on now. Proofread this shit. No, it's just Twitters, whatever. But it's just Tweedles, you know, Tweedles and Tweedledums. But Glenn, this is not debatable. It's facts. Now, I agree. Do women hit the dives as well as the men and shit? No, I think there's enough examples of, but that's because just if we're talking about physicality, right? Men have a little more spring to their step. I'm not, hey, WNBA, NBA, who's dunking more? Who's right? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So that's all. They got a little more hops, right? Physically, they're able to, you know, men are stronger, faster, all that shit, right? So I do agree that factors into the pro wrestling aspect of it, but everybody botches. I'm more critical of, like, listen, man, you do these moves a million times, as we're going to cover. Jordynne Grace actually responds to this video and takes it lightly. She sort of makes fun of herself in a little bit of a way that I think her response was awesome as well. But we'll watch this clip here from NXT. But the point I'm making is, like, if you do a body slam 10 million times, what are the, like, one of them might go wrong. Okay? So she does this dive, and she shows plenty of examples of her doing it. And she's trying to show everybody what she can do to get the NXT universe behind her. But if I was her, man, just save the shit for Stand and Deliver. Stand and Deliver's coming up. Just fucking wait and then do a sick dive, you know? Like, don't fucking almost, you know, she really almost looked like she hurt herself here. But Nathan Frazier did the same thing. Nobody said shit. He caught his knee, landed on Phoenix funny. Phoenix's leg bent all awkward, and nobody's yelling at Nathan Frazier. You know, I was the only one saying anything about it. But they want to jump on Jordynne because of her social media presence, and I guess for Glenn because he's like, women can't dive. I just disagree. I think enough women do it now, especially in WWE, to where it's like women weren't allowed to do German suplexes for a while. Can Lyra not hit a German on a motherfucker? Like, yeah, dude, we're good now. The women are at a level, most of them, where they're doing shit. Like Sol Ruka's more innovative than a lot of dudes, you know? So, yes, they can dive and shit. Just, but with Jordynne, yeah, I am just critical of, like, whoever okayed that, or if she just called it in the ring. You're in WWE now. You don't got to do that, okay? Oh, I want to do it. Great. And I don't want to tell you what you should or not want to do, but that's like Undertaker diving over the top rope. He doesn't do that every match. He does it at the big matches, and he does it where it's going to matter the most, because why? We're creating moments here. You know what I mean? Now this is just like, you're new to NXT. You fuck this up, and then people are going to remember this. Now, it is pro wrestling, very forgiving. People are very forgiving in pro wrestling. Just ask Ric Flair, you know? So people forgive, but yeah, people jump down her throat. Let's watch this here, and I hope WWE doesn't fucking drop the mighty hammer on us again.
Either way, it was effective. Here comes Jordynne.
And it's like, she's just such a big buff lady. Like, you're like, look, man, you don't need to do this. Like, what does doing this? Like, her knees both hit. Right? Just don't do this. Like, why? You're the juggernaut. We want to see you, like, powerhouse ladies around and choke slam them and fucking, you know, maybe do like a middle rope crossbody or splash onto someone, and then we're like, oh shit, the power, you know. But this is like, come on, dog.
That's what they call it, high risk. Almost luck.
Either way, it was effective. Here comes Jordynne.
Oh man, like her legs just catch, chat. Boom, her thighs, her big meaty thighs, because you're all big and jacked, and that's fine. That's why we love you. Let fucking Sol Ruka do that. You know what I mean? God damn. I'm just so happy she's okay. And I'm not going to bury Jordynne Grace here because, yes, as a fan of her, I've seen her hit that. Okay, so it's like that's just a fuck up. It's like it's like burying Nathan Frazier for it. Like, no, dude, he's hit that. He could hit that blindfolded. It happens. It's unfortunate we had 2 in a row like that. Where's Jordynne Grace's response? I have it here somewheres. Let me just look. So she responds with a bunch of clips of her hitting this very recently too. Built to endure. And then she sort of makes fun of herself at the end. Here's Jordynne.
Imagine the day they see you again.
So like even on PWG, in her PWG days, man, she was hitting it, like clean. So she can hit this. Like,
imagine the day they see you again. And you are just, well,
Worse.
but see, that one on Tessa was rough too. That landing was rough though. Look, her most recent one. Look at that on Tessa. If Tessa wasn't there, dude, that would have been catastrophic. Just don't do this move unless it's like at Mania. Just save this as like your big.
Worse.
Yeah, dude, that other one looked pretty disastrous, man. Jordynne, I love you. I fucking think you're awesome for the NXT division. Don't hurt yourself doing this. Just save it for Stand and Deliver. Save it for Mania or whatever, Like she did it to Tessa Blanchard at Hard to Kill or whatever. I think that was her pardon me. I believe that was her last match in TNA. So that's okay. You do it there. But yeah, a little rough around the edges there, no? Okay. So Steve Austin, prior to the NWO returning to the WWF in 2002, burying Hulk Hogan beautifully. Let's take a listen to this.
You got a beautiful wife. And here's a message I was supposed to hand deliver to you. Will you listen for me, Steve?
Sure. Or quote unquote from Hollywood is tell the rattlesnake best thing to do is lock the doors and stay behind him for the rest of his career. That's it. That's all you need to know. If you read anything more into it than that, you're really screwing up. But that's the safest place for him to be is behind closed doors. Out of my way. I could take back what was mine originally anyway.
Any comments on that, Stone Cold? Greatest wrestler of all time telling you he's going to kick your ass.
He just starts laughing. And then this guy goes, the greatest wrestler of all time. Back in the Shock Jock days, the greatest wrestler of all time saying he's going to kick your ass, Stone Cold. What do you think about that? Fuck.
That was the worst threat I've ever heard in my life.
Right.
Lock the doors, close the doors, stay behind him. He's going to take back what's his. Was a sumbitch talking in his sleep or what?
Well, he told me that, back in the day, even at WCW days, you were just stunning Steve Austin mid-carder at best, and he was going to whip your ass and, some unfinished business in the WWF. He went there and laid the ground.
Yeah, Stunning Steve. Tell us about your days, Stunning Steve. He was going to kick your ass, Stone Cold.
Work for you to got the run you got going right now.
Oh, there's no doubt the guy laid down some groundwork because he was one of the biggest stars back in the 70s. I'm sorry, 80s. As far as a business aspect, I can appreciate what the guy did when he was hot, but the fact is he ain't hot no more.
Right.
Some bitch has got a lot to prove if he's going to step in the World Wrestling Federation. And that's one thing I expected out of those guys flapping their gums, mostly out of him, because I don't think he can handle the work style anymore. So It's going to be real interesting to see. And he can talk all that. But when the bell rings, it's going to be hilarious because I'm going to chew the summits up like a chainsaw.
But he's so much bigger than you are, Steve.
He's a pussy.
Oh, shit. That's fucking hilarious. So here is Gunther, who is on the Ariel Helwani show. I implore you all to check this out. The Ariel Helwani show. I just have a few clips from it, a couple quotes too. Watch the whole thing. It's like an hour and a half long. He always has these wrestlers always show up. Real consummate professionals. You know what I'm saying? And so here's what Gunther had to say about the Triple H era in pro wrestling on the Ariel Helwani show.
So how would you describe working for Paul? How would you describe working for, him as the leader, his vision, the way he does things differently than the previous regime?
Well, I would say to a degree, and obviously he's my boss, and I'm in a very good position at the company right now. But I think to a certain degree that he saved professional wrestling to a big degree. I think.
Wow.
Because when I remember when I started 2005, I started, and all the Europeans that kind of like tried to get into.
He said he saved pro wrestling
to WWE. It was such a mystery about it, like who to talk to and what to do. It seemed so far away, such an unrealistic point to achieve. And Hannah was the one that pushed for opening that world to WWE and created so many jobs and opportunities back then for so many of the guys, like for us, for all the European guys. But then in general, it's just he opened the floodgates for the wrestling world outside of WWE, and I think that's a very
people don't realize, and I talked about this with Grapple Vision, the UK scene, that whole like speaking out movement really fucked that UK scene up like a bunch, like more than anything. They try to blame NXT UK, but we could dive deep into that too. There's a whole story with that I don't want to get into because I'd butcher it. But Grapple Vision, it'll come. I don't know if there's a video on it or what. We alluded to it a bit on the pod we did, but there's just more there as far as like that whole what happened with NXT and when it became 2.0 and the speaking out movement and everything. And, what the media gets wrong about a lot of that shit, just because they weren't back there, they didn't know. But I don't know. We'll get into all that another time. So make sure you check out that pod I did with Gary there not too long ago. If you want more context on that. So Big E was asked about Tony Hinchcliffe joking that the only thing stiffer than Michael Cole is Big E's neck last night on WWE Raw. That's terrible. And Big E, though, has a great response. He's like, at my big age of 39 years old, people will say whatever they want about you. It has nothing to do with me. That's not my business. Say what you want. He was given a mic. He was given an opportunity. People will feel how they want to. There's a lot of discourse oftentimes as a public figure. People will say things about you, whether they're jokes, whether they're not, and that is their right. It was said on the show, I'm supposed to talk, especially when things are mentioned about me. I should have an opinion about them. It is tiring to have to weigh in on everyone's opinion or whatever they say. Look, I'm not hurt. I'm good. I want the discourse to be happy without me. Honestly, I didn't sign up for this. I wasn't aware of this. He did what he wanted to. People signed off on it. It has nothing to do with me, truly. So he's just saying, like, I'm good. And, like, we live in a culture where, like, everybody's got to fucking say something about fucking everything. Like, who gives a shit? He made a joke is what he's saying. More or less. So here's Gunther speaking more on this situation here. And dropping some common sense about Logan Paul. Or not on this situation. Yeah, sorry, I don't know. More on Ariel Helwani shows. I zoned out for a second. And he talks about Logan Paul here.
Not too long ago, we had Baron Corbin on Pestock, and he had some choice words to say about Logan Paul, about the way he conducts himself backstage and the route that he took and whatnot. I mean, you're one of the top guys. And again, I say it one more time, throwback in that, you respect the business and the locker room and whatnot. I don't know if you heard any of those comments, but just that general, summary of his sentiment towards Logan. You share that.
I mean, no, I had no bad experience with Logan. I think he's a great addition for us. Crazy athlete, and he picked it up really quick. And I don't know. I don't think his aspirations are to be the best wrestler in the world, and that he doesn't need to. He's very successful on his own, but he has a passion for it, the obvious one, and he committed to being with us, and it's a great addition. And I don't know. Well, I say this at least. I get there's some sentiment towards the outsiders, but if you get offered that private jet and private locker room, none of you would turn it down. Come on, guys.
Damn. Do you hear that? None of you would turn it down. Exactly. And actually, Gunther reveals that he got a bus. So where's Gunther here? He said, I negotiated he said, I signed a new WWE contract and a tour bus was a part of it. I asked for that. What you don't ask for, you don't get, dude. The squeaky wheel gets the oil. So Ricky Saints has discussed his AEW departure and future WWE goals. He says, I want the WWE Championship. I had never spoken to WWE at all before any of that, his AEW release. So when I say it happened so fast, it happened so fast, and it never let up off the gas. My aspirations in AEW to just be given a chance and given the ball fully. I want that in WWE. I want the WWE Championship, and along the way, the Intercontinental title would be great. Damn, it's got to feel good to say that, man. Amazing shit. Shout out Ricky Saints. It's Wednesday. You know what that means. We check in with our girl already. Another one. It's Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen. Here's Ren Sinclair here on Wednesday, which also is on Rusev Day. We got to do something about that, you know? Holidays crossing streams like that.
Hey guys, happy Wednesday. As promised, we have
Your Tavion Heights, what it do? You know what it is. That part.
That part.
Yup.
Yeah. Anywho, so on here, I already asked them to ask you questions. So I have a couple.
I'm scared.
The first one. What was your favorite snack while you were in Japan?
Ooh, that's good. That's good. My favorite snack in Japan, it was from the Lawson's gas station. It was called a chicky mart. It was like a
Ren is so goddamn funny.
little chicken in the bag, but from the gas station was so good.
Like
They
a
got
chicken breast.
But like it was a chicken breast, but it was a chicken thigh. They only do chicken thighs, not chicken breast.
Chicken breast.
A chicky mart chicken.
Okay, cute. Next question. Who is your favorite member of the NQCC and why is it Ren?
Your handwriting is, you need to work on it. But
And why is it
my
Ren?
favorite member of the NQCC
And why is it Ren?
would have to be my tag team partner, Miles Bourne. But
Okay,
I
next
love
question. Next question. What's it like being the leader of the Ren QCC? Oh, sorry, that one was for me. That was me. It's pretty good.
Yo, come on. What's it like being the leader of the Ren QCC? Oh, sorry, that's me. It's so funny.
What's it like being the leader of the Ren QCC? Oh, sorry, that one was for me. That was me. It's pretty good.
It's good though.
Hold on, let me find yours.
All right, that's great. On top.
Are you dating Charles?
Next question.
But that one's for her. Oh shit. There we go. Wednesday. Love it. Fuck, she pops me every time. Okay, so let me check in with chat here real quickly. Rabid Wolverine's LC Killer for 2 says WWE is on the right side of history. I guess so, my friend, whatever that means, right? They are. We'll ring a bell. Thank you. Rabid Wolverines, peace. Miles Bourne rules. Ricky, it is the only insult they have on us, LOL. Honestly, I'd rather be a Mark than a TK fanboy. Are people calling you Marks or what? Lyra is one of the worst wrestling names of all time. I guess so. You sound like a bitter Tony bot. Who's a bitter Tony bot? The NXT women's title scene is a mess because HBK is a simp for Vaquer. No, that's not why it is, dude. That's not why it is. Bailey dived. They say he simps over every new girl. It's just like, no, that's not what it is. It's that they're trying to just fast track her to the main roster. Her and Julia. They have to get fast track because they're way too good to be there. And they just should be on the main roster. Let's be honest with their presentation and shit. Bailey dived out to the floor the other night. That shit looked painful. Yep. Diving is overused in general. Okay, there we go. Someone put the Ricky Smokes guy from Swipe Right and Stacks from the Smoke Stacks. Okay. Okay. Continuing along. All right, continuing along. So we already read what Ricky Saints had to say. So this guy here, I don't know why this is bookmarked. You are good at editing videos. Oh, here, he requested this. So here's a splice here's Triple H. He was on the Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon, and he talks about his match with Ultimate Warrior, right? And what it meant to him and how he loved it and all this shit. And then someone spliced it with him on the Ultimate Warrior DVD, like fucking burying Ultimate Warrior or whatever. Let's listen to this.
You made your WrestleMania debut at WrestleMania 12.
Yes.
It was you versus the one and only, the Ultimate Warrior. This is you up here.
That is
Yeah.
that is me. That is me before I would tragically land in the middle of the ring before getting beaten. For a lot of people, they think this is almost an embarrassing moment in my career for me, where I was basically squashed in a couple of minutes by the Ultimate Warrior.
But also, like, maybe his mind's changed on this shit, because everyone was tasked with burying Warrior on the DVD, and someone was like, "Yeah, but that interview that they used on the DVD from Triple H was from 3 years prior." And I was like, "Yeah, but still, like, that is just he knew what everyone knew what Vince wanted to hear about Warrior, you know."
But for me, it was my first WrestleMania, and two, the Ultimate Warrior is one of the biggest stars ever in the. So when they came to me and said, "You're going to get to work with the Ultimate Warrior at WrestleMania," I was just out of my mind excited.
That day, I went in the ring at WrestleMania, and I stood in front of a sold out.
Yeah, when he was the champion and he's getting this big push from Vince. Come on.
And sort of that to me is one of my greatest memories of just it being. It's like going to the Super Bowl and you got to throw against Brady or something like that. It was just such a great experience for me, and I enjoyed it.
So Triple H just said. So this is what it was. In that interview from back in the day, Triple H was just working. And he was just like saying what the sentiment was about Warrior backstage and what he knew Vince wanted to be said about him. But at the same time, he just said it. On one hand, he summated everything he said on one hand in that earlier interview from the 90s, early 2000s or whatever. Like he reiterated that same shit just in more depth on Jimmy Fallon. So I think that's consistent.
You made your WrestleMania.
I don't think it's a change up, to be honest. I just think like people did not like Warrior back then. So comedian Bert Kreischer, speaking of comedians now, I don't know. He did the funny thing with Otis. He took the shirt off. I just thought it was fucking kind of cringe. I'm not going to lie. And then Hinchcliffe was on commentary. It didn't I don't know. He had little snarky remarks. It wasn't that funny. Like, I don't think they should have put him on commentary like that. I don't know. It just doesn't work. They should have just did a WrestleMania roast on Netflix and just go, he's producing and writing it and shit. And then let him bring Jeffrey Ross and Nikki Glazer and just do what you did for Brady, but just go, we're doing it for WWE. You know, that's all they should have fucking did with this thing. But instead, I don't know. Bert can be incorporated, whatever. I know that it's funny because Bert is known for being like a sloppy drunk who will never give up drinking. And Punk is like a straight edge dude. They managed to get along. I'm not like overly a Bert Kreischer hater, but I just think he's cringe. I'm not going to lie. And he comes out and he does what he does here. This is like after Raw went off the air or some shit. And for those of you unfamiliar with Bert, he's a stand-up comedian. The movie Van Wilder is based on his life. Like, he was this party guy who stayed in college for like 7 years or whatever the fuck. And he was like known for partying to the point where I think like Rolling Stone wrote an article on him. And then they made that movie Van Wilder that was like based on his life. I think he sold it or whatever. I can't remember. Like, it was being shopped around, and then they got, they obviously get Ryan Reynolds to play him or whatever. And yeah, he then became like a stand-up comedian, and he became funny for this story he told about where he's like, I was in Russia and got involved with the Russian mafia when I was in like university or something. And then a whole movie got made about that called The Machine or whatever. But his stand-up's like not that good. His new special Lucky just came out. I guess go check that out. I'm just not like a big fan. I think he's kind of cringe. And yeah, that's who he is. He's just a comedian who's like real blown up right now. And the reason they have him also doing this is because it's brand integration. Like, his special drops on Netflix. Kill Tony's on Netflix now. And yeah, so that's why they're incorporating these guys in this stuff.
Hey, you take care of him, I'll take care of him.
Like, I don't know. This is what I like. Bert seemingly like takes it serious. Like, his timing is fucking terrible in the ring, but he at least is like selling the game. he's not in there like laughing like Steve-O was when Steve-O was all fucked up. You know, like he tells the story when Umaga like beat him up and shit. You know, he tells the story he was like struggling with addiction and stuff then. So obviously, I'm sure if he had another chance, he wouldn't. But like that shit pisses me off when they don't like at least lean into it. Like look at Bert, he's selling the game. He's like dead serious here. Crowds popping. That's all you can ask for. Hey, I'm not a fan of like I show speed, and it's not even that I'm not a fan of Bert. I'm just like I like when people make fun of Bert. You know what I mean? That's how I'll put. I'm a fan of like laughing at him, not really with him and his jokes. You know what I'm saying? Which he takes the piss out of himself, and that's the whole idea, right? Here we go. And then he like did a good working punch. He's like, "You ready? You ready?" He like said it to him kind of. He took it serious. Like he sold the game. So I really did enjoy this. And even the Otis thing, it's like, yeah, it's kind of cringe. He chugs a beer after, because at first with the Otis thing, I was like, oh, he takes his shirt off. Maybe that's funny to like kids, you know? Oh, two fat guys, but sounds like an MJF promo, you know? But then he chugged the beer later, and that's sort of more of his gimmick. And WWE is more like, especially the later the show goes, especially Raw, it's more, you know, adult oriented, if you will, I guess. It's TV 14 or whatever. Is it, or is it still PG? I actually don't know anymore. I don't know. It's just on Netflix now. But yeah, shout out Bert for taking it serious. Same as Schultz, right? I had the same criticism. I was like, man, I'm not really a big fan of his stand-up or whatever. But he like took it seriously, so bonus points, right? Same thing goes to Bert here, you know? He got in the ring pretty quick. I didn't even see it. See, timing off on the choke slam. Thank God Austin Theory is such a professional. Look, Bert tries to lift him right away. He thinks it's like a catching choke slam, you know, not a fucking watch. He goes to lift right away. Thank God Theory, though, is just a pro. And then he does the same to Waller. Look, like when Bert catches him, he thinks that's when the choke slam goes down. He doesn't know he's supposed to like milk it for 1 second, but that's all good. He took it serious. And his ass cracks out. Oh my God. I hope Red Bar watches this, dude. I want his reaction. That's all I can say. Yeah. I mean, they're crossing over with all the celebrities, dude. Here we go. Carl Anderson has taken a shot at WWE while discussing Kevin Owens' injury on Talkin' Shop. He says, I don't know his injury status. I don't want to comment on that. Here's what I'm going to go with. If Kevin is really hurt, which I'm not saying he is or isn't, I don't have any idea. I haven't followed. I'm barely involved. I'm just going to say this. I hope if he's really hurt and he has surgery, I hope he's not released 2.5 months after the major surgery. That's all I'm going to say. Damn, spicy Carl Anderson. Moving along. Here's Gunther. He has comments on the 4 months he worked under Vince McMahon.
With that, actually, it's I was under Vince for 4 months or something.
A brief period, yeah.
And yeah, it was strange work experience.
Can I ask why?
I would say it was kind of like the direction was very confusing. Like it was hard to figure out what was expected of me, which usually is never an issue with that. I was always, but at the end of the day, everything came around for me. It was lucky often in my
Vince likes body guys
career in terms of timing. I was at the right place at the right time very often. But yeah, overall, I'm 100%.
You were Walter before I got my hands on you. You piece of shit. You're hot. No, I know. He's gonna join the Kiss My Ass Club. Yeah. You want to question me? You were Walter, pal. I turned you into Gunther. Yeah. And I even almost named you after a Yahtzee. Here we go. I said Yahtzee, like the dice game, right?
A Hunter guy. Like that's been my whole career in WWE. Was like my directions came from Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
With that actually, it's I was under Vince for 4 months or something.
A brief period, yeah.
And yeah, it was strange.
Oh, sorry, that was the clip. It just looped around on me like that. You know what I mean? Layla confirms she will be in attendance for Michelle McCool's Hall of Fame induction. Yeah. What else? We have this is gonna likely get flagged, but fuck it, because it's a bop, and I love this song. Genuinely huge Bad Bunny fan, and yeah, here's Vaquer and Booker T just rocking out to this shit. Rocking out. Yeah, man, it's like metal. But yeah, to the song Booker T. Yeah, fuck it. I'll just play. I'm sitting here questioning him. I'm like, should I play it? Yeah, I'll do it. Just clip it out after because I love you guys. Booker T and Steph finally linked up for a TikTok or whatever this is. Oh, yeah. That song goes hard as fuck. Here's Liv Morgan talking shit and roasting Logan Paul about his Max show, his show on Max. That's consistently like number 4 and 5 and 6 people are telling me.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
You want an autograph or something?
No.
What did you think?
I thought your dad was funny. Yeah.
Really?
He's the real star for sure.
You guys aren't the first person to tell me that. You guys love the show, just can't get enough of it.
Really?
Stu?
Stu? Like his dad.
No.
Stu?
Stu, the cameraman.
Stu? Really?
Yeah, he loves it.
You didn't watch it.
He did. He was like, I gotta see episode 2.
I don't think that's Stu said that.
He did. No, yeah. Well, that's what I was gonna mention, Liv. Just because I care about you, I really do. And yeah, no, just here. Let me see. It's your choice. It's your body. You do what you want to do. Your body, your choice. Prime is a much cleaner version of that energy drink.
I believe you.
Just because I want to remind you, the last time I gave you
Selling the game. Sugar-free Red Bulls are fucking king, though. I don't care what anyone says.
Prime Energy, you won the championship.
I'm gonna win the championship because of that.
Yeah.
You watch the show.
Oh, you.
Yeah, so just roasting each other. I don't know. Here's Punk imitating Rollins with Burnt Chrysler again. That's fucking funny. He does the walk so good. Just cooking Rollins, man. Oh, I'm hyped for Mania. Okay, we have the WWE ID Championship Tournament opening round. Zeta Steel versus Kylie Ray is going down soon. And Triple H is teasing us about the WrestleMania stage with Nick Khan. So let's take a look at this.
WrestleMania for me is not just about one match. It is about the spectacle of the entire event. So I'm looking to see all those fans, see their faces when they see that set. And as the night goes on, if I had to pick one, I'll go Cody Rhodes, John Cena.
For me, I'm excited that WrestleMania is coming to Las Vegas. This is where I was born. I had the good fortune of being at WrestleMania 9 at Caesar's Palace 30 plus years ago, and to bring it back.
So that's why we're getting the documentary about 9 right there. We just figured it out. Pieced it together right there. This video. That's why we're getting that Peacock documentary, because fucking Nick Khan just went and haggled that, because that's his favorite Mania right there. So love that. I just realized that. Tony Hinchcliffe, according to Fightful Gossip, those spoken to backstage in WWE admitted that Tony Hinchcliffe's spot on Raw came across as a dud. They also said he was very respectful at the show. Yeah, like he loves wrestling and shit, you know, but did it come across as a dud? Yeah, it was. I don't know why. You just don't book it. You don't cross it over this way. I promise you. I promise you, you know. You do the wrestling roast, but just announce it like the roast of Tom Brady. Every year, Netflix just do a roast. This year, we're roasting Mania. That's all they had to do. That's all they fucking had to do. And if WrestleMania wants to do it every year, okay, then do it every fucking year around the same time. But just, yeah, just make it more of a Netflix thing than a WWE thing. That's all, you know? Because unless they're going to get in the ring like Brent Christensen there with his big old beer belly out, then I don't really fucking know. So finally in WWE news, here is Tiffany Stratton giving her thoughts. We got Flair's thoughts on Charlotte Flair's and Tiffany's throwdown. You guys got mine and Awful's thoughts over on Patreon. Now the female locker room is providing us an excerpt from the Babyfaces podcast. Here's Tiffany Stratton giving her piece on, I guess, what went down in that moment and what she was thinking. Hopefully we get some insight here.
She really expected me to stand up to her, and I don't think she expected me to I guess almost clap back. And I think I kind of, look, all I have to say is it's live TV. Stakes are high. We're going into WrestleMania. I have the title. I want to keep the title. And I'm gonna pull out every stop that I can.
Maybe like you guys have to here. Let's fantasy mark book this for a second. This is allegedly, and I have a couple allegedlys as well. Just Hughesy's allegedlys, I guess. Okay, this isn't an allegedly, but this is me, a Phil Marks fantasy bookmarking. Okay, and then we'll do a couple allegedlys here. But what if like the word is like Charlotte's gonna get the belt and Tiffy was like, no, you guys need to stick with me, I'm telling you, right? And then maybe that was her just like, hey, fuck it, I gotta prove it. Like in pro wrestling, you have to, that's what all the goats will tell you, you have to prove it, you know. So here we go. Let me just see here. I want to get the allegedlys pulled up. Okay, so yes, let's finish what Tiffy has to say.
And people want to see our match, and I think that we did a very good job of getting people wanting to see our match and invested in our story. And now I'm ready to put on the best women's match ever, and I'm ready to go to war. She really,
yeah, it could be a work though as well. So these allegedlys, I'm not going to show them because I don't want to. So Karrion Kross's contract is coming up soon, and like Dirt Sheets have already talked about that, right? But allegedly, you know, he's obviously going to lose to AJ, but how he's booked in this match might indicate sort of like which way this is going to go for him in WWE, as far as, because he does want to do more movies and shit, and we played his movie trailer on the show and stuff. So that's, again, this is just, and Cross, I mean, you know, do we got to make the fucking Conan connection, right? For you guys spell it out for you. So I don't know, right? But this is all just allegedly. So and then another is Aldis. With the Aldis Orton thing, I think Aldis is, you know, like if he does it, it would be like it's pretty much, it could be him at Mania, which is obvious, right? But like if he did it, it wouldn't be like this knock him out, drag him out with Orton or something, you know? I guess I'll just word it that way. And sorry, those are allegedlys that Hughesy hit
allegedly.
Okay, there you go. But that's probably the front runner, I would fucking say. But also, who knows, right? This is all, he could be wrong. He was right about the whole Rhea, Io, Bailey, all that shit, but who knows? He could be wrong about that shit, but there you go. Flair for champion, but that's my conspiracy theory. What if Flair's supposed to go over and Tiffy was like, nah, fuck that. I'm going to show them. Because that wouldn't be the first time that's happened in wrestling. You know, people accused Cody Rhodes of doing that just last year. But yeah, let me check in with chat here, and then we'll play flutes. It's not a long one with the flute playing, okay? And of course, the allegedlys as well. You'll hear it talked about on K100, you know, and shout those guys out. So let me see here. We're gonna pull our flutes out. We're gonna polish them up real good. We're gonna turn those sumbitches sideways. and shove them up somebody's ass. What? And so Dave Meltzer lies, cries, and tries is what this one's called. And I want to see Flutes in the chat. I'm going to check in with chat, and we're going to get into, our final segment of the evening. And it's been a long one here, a little bit over 4 hours tonight. I wanted to have a fun one after Monday. And so, yeah, let me check in here. They can't not get hurt. Well, shit, Pac is injured again. Almost every fan on the hard cam are just sitting there motionless. Are you talking about Dolph Ziggler did stand up? Allegedly, yeah. He was on like one of those Comedy Central roast battles or whatever. We're live, pal. The cartoon cat. I never heard of Hinchcliffe until they brought him in. Yeah, whatever. We've talked about fucking Phil Marks out. You guys will hear me talk about comedians with Husey and shit. I try my best not to get too serious. Sure, you would, sissy boy. You need your. Oh, geez, are you guys fighting in the chat? Oh my god, over fucking. What are you guys all fighting about in here a minute ago? Whatever. I'm not reading all that shit. You goddamn sickos, calm down. You guys fighting over comedians and shit? Come on now.
Emotional damage.
Okay, so we head over. I want to see Flutes in the goddamn chat. I haven't seen but one. I haven't seen but one flute. What's going on? This is so terrible. All right, well, I'll put Flutes in my own chat. So how about that, you goddamn haters? Because it is time for everybody's favorite segment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. Okay, so Dave Meltzer, the Wrestling Observer, reports that a source close to Tiffany Stratton says Charlotte Flair went off script first and Stratton just retaliated. Stratton rolling out the ring was an attempt to avoid the situation getting worse as a defense mechanism. The situation between the two has been brewing. There is said to be more heat on Flair than on Stratton at this point, although the stance is that neither of them were in the right. Brian. So yeah, Dave making up lies. I don't believe he has any fucking knowledge of anything that's happened in this whole entire thing. And so, hey, Dynamite, Dave Meltzer, can you give me some lottery numbers to play? Your powers of prediction are unmatched since the days of Karnak the Great. So yeah, here's Dave in 2024 talking some shit. And let's see his card get pulled by the goat.
This was a great Raw. Best one in a long, long time. And they really set the table for a lot of stuff, too. It wasn't like one of those shows where it's like, okay, a lot of cool stuff happened, but like, now what? And we know what. Up and down the show, we know where they're going, leading to, this pay-per-view and then the Royal Rumble eventually.
Well, the Royal Rumble's a long ways away.
Well, it is, but I mean, dude, they set the pieces for SummerSlam starting in January, so this is long-term booking now.
Oh, yeah. Well, they got, look, the top two matches of WrestleMania are, probably Roman and Sikoa and Rock and Cody, and that's been known.
So that, and listen to how Dave says it. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, they are long-term, but sure, yeah. I mean, these matches, it's going to be Roman and Solo and Rock and Cody. This is last year's Mania, and that's been known for a while. And that's why he's spurred out trying to defend his fucking bullshit stories about the situation around WrestleMania.
And Sikoa and Rock and Cody, and that's been known for since WrestleMania.
He was about to say years, but then he's like, well, WrestleMania.
After WrestleMania. So, they're booking way ahead as far as the key stuff. Well, but yeah. So
he's talking about this Mania. I don't know which one, but he's wrong. It doesn't matter because that's none of the matches for this or last year.
A lot of good stuff out there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, a lot of good stuff out there. That's all he can say. Like, Jesus Christ, Dave's so funny here in a meltdown. So the stuff irrationally drives me crazy. Meltzer didn't report this. He saw it on Instagram. So look. Bill Goldberg posts, yeah, I'm training, getting ready. And then this is what Meltzer does. This is how he cons everybody. WWE Hall of Famer has reportedly begun training for comeback retirement match. is upon us. Dave Meltzer of the Wrestling Observer newsletter noted that Bill Goldberg is currently training for him, or for his impending retirement match. According to the report, blah, blah, blah. Like, no, there's no report. It's an Instagram post, man. Like, fuck. Try to take credit for, like, dude's Instagram post. I can't remember if this one's like a way throwback. No, I got to clear out some of these old Davies here. Wavy Davy. So Meltzer said what? The faux anger at a hypothetical scenario that never happened, which you created in your mind to have an imaginary argument with yourself, is always a classic. Absolutely. And then Meltzer said what? Posts a clip of Dave. A classic from Dave Meltzer's School of Biased Journalism. It is to invent a hypothetical scenario that never happened and get mad about it. So again, we've covered a bunch of these. He gets mad at kayfabe. He's not the best luchador. He gets mad at fucking things that are just non-existent. Here's Dave just getting upset with himself, getting emotional damage over these scenarios and arguments he's having in his head.
I mean, the first weird thing, it was just odd. No matter what.
And Brian here, Brian's here, so we gotta hit you guys with a fucking Brian.
What had happened is they both dressed exactly the same. They're in black tops and they have black lace leggings.
Same leggings.
Yes, it was totally bizarre.
The same leggings was really weird, I have to say. Yeah, and I also should preface this by there has been problems between the two for about 2 weeks.
Oh yeah.
So people knew about it, and I mean, you can even one thing about this is it also shows a complete double standard in how people view things, because if this same thing had happened in AEW,
oh my god, Dave, it's been covered the exact same way. If this was happening in AEW, you guys would try to pretend like it wasn't as big of a deal as it was, and you'd defend it. But now you're like, oh, if this happened in AEW, Brian, Tony Khan, if it happened to Tony Khan, they'd all be so mad. Everybody's upset. It blew up the fucking internet. Everybody's talking about it. Me and Awful argued about it. Okay? It's a whole fucking thing, man. Like, what? It's treated the exact same. You guys didn't say shit about Thunder Rosa and Megan Bayne. Didn't follow it up. Well, that was awkward. I mean, must have been a botch. Thunder Rosa's reading like a hostage letter on fucking Busted Open the next week or the next day or whatever. Like, fuck no, man. You guys didn't even talk about that. Like, no, this got talked about so much. It's still being talked about. The best guys,
Tony Khan.
We did fucking follow-ups tonight on PWT. Like, shut up, Dave. You're so... Oh, if it was AEW, he's always just does whataboutisms for everything. That's disingenuous. It's just lies. There's no consistency in the logic when it comes to playing whataboutisms, dude.
While the blame would still probably go on the people in the ring, of course, it would largely go on Tony Khan for, if it was him, for you've had 2 weeks to figure this.
Right. This is why. Ready? Because Tony Khan says, I'm the boss, CEO, lead of creative, da-da-da-da-da. This is a great wrestling place. I'm a great boss. And you all go, he's an amazing boss, and he handles everything, and he's hands-on with everything. So, Tony, handle your shit. Tony, handle your fucking talent then. Why don't you? This is why, Dave, because there's been like 45 instances as of late in the short period they've existed. There's been like 3 a year. Okay, where there's backstage bullshit and Tony doesn't have a handle on shit. In WWE, this happens every now and again, where they don't have a handle. And when they don't have a handle on shit, it's usually they're working you into think they don't have a handle on shit. Okay? That's the difference, Dave. Like, this doesn't happen all the time. That's why it's such a big deal. And it is a little bit. I'm like, well, why did Tiffy powder out if this was planned? Like, yes, it does go on management a bit, but to me, in WWE, they work the shoot. They're all professionals. In AEW, they slap each other and go put out tweets and go, softest man alive. And they fucking try and shoot double legs on Punk and get guillotined. And then Samoa Joe has to come carry them away like a little baby. Right? Like a mama kangaroo picking their cub up and putting it in the fucking pouch. You know what I'm saying? That, like, okay, in WWE, they go, okay, you two don't like each other. Go out there, tell each other within reason. Don't shoot on each other. Let's get some fucking heat. And they shake hands and they go and do business. That's like the difference there, Dave. So you're just, again, you're doing a whataboutism that doesn't logically stand objectively. It just does not stick.
Out to get these people on the same page, blah, 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 blah. And there they went out there and they just went off the rails. And both of them did. You know what I mean? It was like Charlotte is getting, or Ashley is getting, more of the blame, and probably deservedly so. But they both are getting blamed for it. And, you know, as far as that, but it's like it happened in WWE, just like this stuff.
If it happened in WWE, it did happen in WWE, Dave.
Happened in AEW with Punk and this
Listen.
stuff happened in AEW with Punk and Adam Page, and there's probably other instances too of Ricky.
Right, because Dave, listen to what you're saying. Literally, Dave explains it himself, but he's such a dumb fuck. He doesn't like. Oh my god!
The best guys,
man.
Tony Khan.
Dave, you're biased. You just love Tony Khan and his nuts, dude. Okay, that's all it is, bro. Because, bro, fuck, man. Dave is saying right here, oh, I'm sure there's been tons of instances in AEW. Okay, name another one in WWE that wasn't completely fabricated. Name another one recently. I can't even think, like when Alberto beat the shit out of Sin Cara or whatever. Like, I don't even remember the last one. You know what I mean? Umaga and Steve-O that I just brought up a while ago. That might have been the last one. Like, or maybe Charlotte and Nia was the last one where people in WWE really started shooting on each other. And then they both laughed about it after and were like, we're fucking best friends. And this shit happens. So Dave is literally saying, oh, there was Ricky Starks and this guy and Paige and Punk and this guy and this guy. Yeah, that's why it gets criticized, Dave, because there's nobody steering the ship. How doesn't he get it? He's so dumb and he doesn't study and learn. We need Dave to really hear this segment.
Stupid idiot.
Okay, we need him to hear this clip of this segment. Someone on YouTube just said, like, Dave, why you just named 7 instances? That's why. So just craziness. I love doing this.
And, you know, as far as that, but it's like it happened in WWE, just like this stuff happened in AEW with Punk and Adam Page, and there's probably other instances too of Ricky Starks and Adam Copeland, but that one was different because that one there was no warning. It just sort of
Okay, so what about Kingston and Guevara? What about Andrade and Guevara? What about Monet and Guevara? What about fucking, you know, there's so many instances though. Punk and the Bucks, right? Nemeth and Punk, fucking, we can just go off the top of the head. There's like a billion of them.
It happened because you had 2 people.
Thunder Rosa and Ivelisse, Thunder Rosa and Megan Bayne, right? We can just keep going. Like,
God only knows.
Britt Baker, Thunder Rosa,
right? One of the things also when it comes to this is that there's a tradition in WWE to a degree that sometimes when you're someone on the way up, like Tiffany Stratton, that the veterans in this situation will kind of throw you a little for a loop with the idea that you have to be able to respond like really quick and you know what I mean? And not just follow the script, even though you're told to follow the script.
Why is that throw you for a loop? And Dave, they don't script stuff as much anymore. You don't watch WWE. This isn't 2017 Vince McMahon WWE Dave Meltzer. There's no script anymore the way that there was. And was Tiffy shit was super scripted. Her shit was thought out, scripted. It was like she was reading it off fucking cards. She's staring off in the crowd. That was Awful's biggest evidence that this shit was scripted. But I think she just scripted it in her mind. Like, I'm going to fucking go off and tell her. So that's why hers seemed rehearsed and Charlotte was taken off guard. Because they did have a premise for her, but I think that's why Barrett was in there too. So Dave is just, he's so old and he doesn't understand like the wrestling business has passed him by, you know? And he has no real sources. He has nobody telling him like what's really going on. Yeah, I don't know. This clip just fucking froze on us. So there you go. Charlotte Flair. So Dave Meltzer goes on to we just read or listened to that quote. If it happened in AEW, you know, which is bullshit. Dave Meltzer said the Young Bucks didn't arrive in the building until 10 p.m. They didn't keep them sequestered or a secret as people saw them. But they came late enough that the idea was that it wouldn't get out before the show Dynasty started. Yeah, Dave, they tried to keep it from you, you stupid idiot. Okay?
Shut up, bitch.
They don't want you to stooge it. All right? And he's like, the idea was that it wouldn't. How would you know the idea? Did you come up with it? Stop explaining the ideas. Brian Alvarez. So Try and Brian here heavily criticizes Charlotte because that's what they fucking do. They can't help but go after her because they hate her because she destroyed them earlier, like in previous years, which we're going to go over. So Brian Alvarez says, Charlotte's thing is if stuff starts to go wrong, I'm going to make sure that the audience knows it. The other wrestler's fault, not mine. I mean, kind of. How do you know that's what she's thinking? Like, it kind of seems like that's what she's doing. Like, she just steps on people's shit, though. And I think that's sort of because John Cena will do that, too. John Cena will pipe in and interrupt and throw things off course if he thinks it means it's like a step up moment. So what she should be doing is if things start to go south, she needs to try and reel it in. She's the veteran. She's been doing it longer. It's her job to try to save it. If she ends up getting heat because of, well, she kind of did. She just milked the audience and let Tiffy go off on her and get one over on her. Brian, you're just a triggered geek, and your problem is that you don't like her because she trashed you guys. I first started seeing these problems in that BFAB match. BFAB is green, and if something went wrong, Charlotte just stepped back and let her sink. Let the fans know it's her fault, not mine. Charlotte does do that, you know? She does fucking, but that's just her throwing people under the bus, you know? And it was the same thing with that promo. Charlotte got angry, and so she gave up. Tiffany at that point was remaining professional. She kept going. I watched that BFAB match. I watched this segment. I have no hope for this match at Mania. Absolutely, positively no hope. Watch them cook. Oh, I have no hope for this match. Yeah, Sean and Brett didn't hate each other, and they fucking cooked. Benoit and Eddie Guerrero haven't almost come to fucking blows and cooked as best friends, you know? Like, fuck out of here, man. Dave doesn't know shit. Well, that stinky giant brother didn't tell me I was going over on him, dude. And we still cooked, Jack. Because Tiffy's a great athlete, she's still green, and then there's going to be something that goes wrong, and I have no faith that Charlotte is going to throw her a life preserver. Oh, man, just sort of burying Tiffy, too. Brian, like she can't fucking hold her own. Fucking trying, Brian. Here's Alfred Konuwa talking about shout him out at This Is Nasty, coming on the show the Tuesday before WrestleMania, actually. So anyways, here's what he has to say about Meltzer and this whole situation with Swerve and once in a generation talent.
The fact that Swerve Strickland is responsible for most of the black history in AEW tells me more about Swerve Strickland than it does black people in AEW. Swerve's bullshit surface level talking points about black men on main roster WWE PLEs was picked up by Dave Meltzer. That tells you how out to lunch Swerve is.
There has not been a black male singles match or winner on a pay-per-view. I don't know how far back you go. You know, like he lost tonight, but he's like, I have main evented 5 pay-per-views in the last year. You know, like don't peg us with this one because I've been in 5 main events and there you go.
When you have this,
it's literally like, look at our token black guy. It's fucking crazy that this is the spin. Like, Dave doesn't care about that shit. Stop pretending you care about that shit.
Same
fucking Alfred roast this man.
Talking points about race relations in wrestling as Cracker Dave. Tell him, Bray. The fact that
Yeah. Check out Alfred's latest. I think there's like a long form video about all this too. And yeah, he just breaks it down well. So, we have Dave Meltzer being salty about the Tiffy stuff. So Dave Meltzer on Wrestling Observer Radio, he says there's been problems for weeks. We listen. So Neckbeards points out Dave is just salty about this. This is back from 2022 or 2021. She says to Dave, you have my phone number. This is Charlotte Flair. It would take you 30 seconds to ask as opposed to giving straight crap to your listeners. Grow up. For you, of all people, to comment on a woman's looks. Do you have any shame, decency, or professionalism left at all? Find a mirror. Look hard, Dave. And then she goes, yeah, I just listened. I thought Dave Meltzer would have learned his lesson last time commenting about women's bodies, but apparently I'm fair game. So I get to respond again to a rumor about my body again. You know what? This is when I stop. Dave, go to hell. See, he's a fucking clown shoes, bro. Everybody thinks Dave is a fucking clown. You know what I mean? So here's one I've been meaning to get to for a while. Corderis and Dave threw down. We're going to talk about that Saturday. Saturday night's all right to fight. But Dave Meltzer gets, I guess, stinky about the first match ever to be announced into the WWE Hall of Fame. You know what I mean? So it's like the first ever moment, and I guess he's like all bothered by this or something. So we're going to head over here and watch some
Click
Dave
that
Meltzer.
notify button, and you'll never miss a video again. Fame and inducting matches.
Can you guys see Dusty Dave? We got to see Dusty Dave here. You guys can. There you go. Let's see this.
Are they? I did not hear that. Is that came up today?
I think that came out today, and the first match is should be one of the first matches. Austin and Bret Hart, so they can get both of those guys there at the ceremony. That's cool.
Well, as far as the first match inducted, it's interesting because of their own history. They didn't go with Hogan and Andre, but when we look at it, Andre's dead and Hogan was
Jesus Christ. He can't be like one of the best as a wrestling fan, one of the best matches. He just has to find a way to be like, to try and explain the logic behind how WWE does shit when he has no idea at all. He doesn't know how they do shit. And yet he's like sitting here trying to explain the logic behind why they do shit. Like he has any insider knowledge. Oh, it's weird they didn't go with Hogan Andre. Why? Why is that weird? They want Austin and Bret in town. People were booing Hogan. They're going to go with that match down the line, hopefully, or something. Dave, he's just like salty and can't be like, as a wrestling fan, that match meant a lot to me. Now, why are they going with that one? I don't know. It's an interesting pick. I mean, some people say it's two of the GOATs. Fucking ridiculous.
Someone that people would not celebrate, whereas Bret and Austin have a lot better reps to the public.
Linda was blasting Hogan again, and I saw Brooke was.
Oh, yeah. I did see that stuff.
Brooke was like, sorry, guys, like both of my parents, I'm just not talking to them at all. Like they're just crazy.
That's really, when I read the Brooke thing,
actually,
it was really sad. You know what I mean? Because, like she was around like these, I don't know. It was really, really sad. The Brooke thing to me, she was, as the parents were doing.
What point are you making? What are you saying?
They're fighting, she was a pawn, they both were looking for her. And I think she felt that they were being manipulative to her. And so she just wanted out, you know what I mean? But he
says this here's the problem, Dave. We know, and she's trying to stay out of all this shit.
Really, really sad. I didn't know that I knew that her.
And we're talking about Bret Hart and fucking Stone Cold for a second here too.
And Terry were not on good terms. I didn't know that her and her mom were not on good terms for 8 years. Didn't go to the wedding and hasn't seen the grandchildren. And it's a sad story. It really is. The stuff with Linda I didn't know until like this week. So, I had, seen them together and stuff, but that's, it's like 20 years ago, right? 18 years ago, when she was trying to do her musical career and everything.
So why? Okay, I seen them. He just tries to. Don't insert yourself, Dave. Oh, I saw them 20 years ago when she was trying to do the music thing, Brian.
Everything like that, and Linda was her stage mom. I mean, she really was. And Terry was spending millions of dollars to bankroll her to try to make her a star, and she was she had her moment of fame on Hogan Knows Best. She was the the cute girl and everything like that.
This video's titled "The First Match to Be Inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame," and he spent more time talking about Linda and Brooke Hogan, and I'm not kidding.
But you know, that's where it's really where it ended, and the attempts to make her, you know, I mean, they wanted her to be Britney Spears, and
Are the attempts to make her, you know, I mean, they wanted her to be Britney Spears, Brian. What the fuck is this guy babbling about, man?
You know, obviously she wasn't Britney Spears.
Well, Britney Spears has struggles as well, so I don't know.
Maybe Christina Aguilera.
It's a different
from a fame standpoint.
I was talking about from a fame star. Yeah, Britney Spears had probably way more problems than Brooke, realistically.
Oh my God! Now, Dave, you studied pop culture, and I studied pop music. What are you talking about, Dave Meltzer? Oh my God, Britney probably had it worse. Kevin Federline. What are you talking about, bro? Bring it now back to Brett and Steve Austin.
Do you think that in order to figure out which match to induct, that they looked at all of your WrestleMania star ratings?
Oh my God, who is this idiot working with Dave, asking him? This is like those questions people ask Tony. Do you think they looked at your star ratings so Meltzer can mark out about himself? Oh my God.
Probably not. But I mean, Brett and Austin's a good one to start with, though.
Yeah,
I will say that. You know, I mean, it was
it's my favorite of all the WrestleMania matches.
Yeah, I think it's mine too. I think it's my favorite if I have to say one.
So you, instead of marking out or talking about it, you just you're being excited and talking about how they deserve it. You're just like, oh well, you know, I'm surprised it wasn't Hogan and Brooke Hogan and Linda Hogan, Brian.
It's up there. Probably they'll go with if they don't do Hogan, they'd probably go with Steamboat and Savage just because of the legendary nature of it. Even though, again, the thing with Steamboat and Savage was that it was a great match at a time when WWE fans never saw great match.
Dave's always like, oh, you know, and then like it's always WWE fans never saw, like they're the same people to this day. Oh, and at that point, WWE fans never saw great matches. Like there was never one good match ever before fucking Steamboat and Macho Man or whatever. And he always is like, oh, the thing about this is, oh, the thing about Steamboat Flair. It's like, dude, what the fuck?
They'd probably go with Steamboat and Savage just because of the legendary nature of it, even though
Steamboat Savage, yeah. But he's just talking about, he's just diminishing. I don't know. Talk about Brett and Austin. That's crazy.
Again, the thing with Steamboat and Savage was that it was a great match at a time when WWE fans never saw great matches because the product match-wise wasn't particularly good. So those two guys were like way off the charts. But like, you know, like if I watched it now, I'd go, oh, I've seen matches like this, you know. I mean, it's still really good though. Even
yeah, if you watched it now, you'd say, oh, I've seen matches like this. Yes, Dave. Just like when The Exorcist came out, it's the scariest movie ever because at the time, nobody saw shit like that. When we see xenomorphs and aliens in alien movies, we know they're not scary anymore. But when the xenomorph was first put on a movie, no one ever seen shit like that, and it was fucking terrifying. So yes, Dave, we know. Oh, if I saw it now, it wasn't shit, to be honest.
For a WWE match, though, it was amazing. If you, because I know you
for a WWE match, you mean the company that has the most iconic, greatest pro wrestling matches that have ever happened in the history of the fucking sport and the business. You mean that place for their matches? Yeah, it's a perfectly great match. These guys are trying to tell us that Steamboat and Savage for WWE guys were kind of okay, I guess.
In 1987, it was amazing, but at the same time, for me, it wasn't because the reality.
But for me, it wasn't even amazing because the reality. I mean, I was already watching Japan. For me, I was way ahead of my time. Dave, the shit you think is amazing is not working, and the shit that is more like Steamboat Macho Man is now what's billions and billions and billions of dollar empire. These two right here, whoever this clown is on the left-hand side, are a couple of delusional fucking morons, okay? Literal clown shoe, delusional, insane people.
This is that, and Steamboat will say that himself, is the Flair matches in his mind were better matches, but he also, you know, he told me, I remember when I talked about it, it's like he felt the Flair matches were better matches, and it's kind of weird.
Yes, the Flair matches were better matches, right? Some of the house show matches some of these wrestlers do, they say was their better match. But for WrestleMania, and at that time, like you're saying, for what people saw at WWE, that was like the pinnacle. And in front of that audience, and to make that type of match known to the world, Dave, you're fucking bananas and loopy. Talk about Stone Cold and Brett if it's your favorite match then.
To him, but he also says that, like, you know, people all the time when they meet me, it's always the Savage match.
Yeah,
you know
it's just the
yes, because the most people saw it, more people, it had a cultural impact and shit.
Stage was gigantic.
What the fuck
for them?
It was a big stage, and you know, it was the first match of that type in WWE history. You know, that NWA.
And why did it stick out? Was it so memorable and it works so well and it's so iconic and historical and it's a classic, as they say? Because, Dave, they don't do it all the time. So in AEW, when you do the shit all the fucking time, Brian, it doesn't work.
If you would call it caliber match on a WWE show with two fantastic wrestlers.
And think about the first two WrestleManias. What would have been the best match on the first two WrestleManias? Like maybe Bulldogs against Valentine
Greg
and Beefcake.
Right. And reality is Greg was good, but Beefcake was average at best. The Bulldog
average at what, man? Average at what, Dave? Average at what? The Beefcake fucking what? Average at what? Like doing the moves? Like he didn't do a cartwheel into a fucking spaceman plancha? Like what do you mean? You know, this is so these are a couple of chuckle fucks right here, okay?
Bulldogs were great. But yeah, I would say that up until that would have been the best actual match at the first two.
Are you one of those youngsters today who listens to Spotify?
Are you one of those youngsters today? Oh my God, these people are so fucking cringe. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. Guys, I love you all so much. Thank you for being here for another PWT live show. We go live on Saturday, which I think there's like a UFC, there's like Collision or whatever. So yeah, we will just do whatever we do. You know, we'll be on maybe Twitch again or something like that, maybe X again, or maybe just YouTube. If you guys are listening on X, come over to the YouTube, please and thank you. You get to be involved in chat, polls. Sometimes we do giveaways. Some people gift memberships and shit. So you want to check that out. I do members only streams. I'm going to read hateful comments. Okay. And members only streams, I guess. That'll be a funny one we do. And yeah, I appreciate you all so much for being here. Another eclectic live show. This one was dedicated again to Kev Castle. Round of applause for the PWT universe and another epic live show. So everybody consider joining the Patreon. That's where mine and Awful's argument about Tiffy and Charlotte will be. YouTube.com/ProWrestleTimes. We're at almost 2K subs, but Pro Wrestle Clips, we're at 6,400
allegedly.
Check out Phil Marks Out. Keep an eye on what I'm doing over there. I'm linking up with like some heavy hitters in the game already, man, in the YouTube sphere, at least in mine eyes. So yeah, I'm rocking and rolling with that sort of stuff too. Over if you like pop culture, YouTube drama, and I got a lot of content I've sort of been banking up for that channel as well. And I appreciate you all. Thanks for being here, man. Take care of each other. Drink lots of water. And I'll see you all Saturday. And maybe there will be a run-in show just randomly this week. Yeah, so just members only for sure. Okay, so you guys stay locked in for that. It'll probably be during the day. I love you all. Take it easy. And until next time, I'll see you in the Upside Down. Peace.
I look and see it's not just just me.
Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild! Yeah!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
Damn it, God!